Welcome back to Terrified Tales, where the rain falls slow and the fear creeps in quicker. Like and subscribe before we begin, and tell us where and when you're listening. Midnight, alone, that's when they find you. The fog hung low over the town of Hollow Ridge, a thick, oppressive curtain that seemed to swallow the morning light whole. Ellie Crane leaned against the cold, rusted gate at the edge of town, her fingers tightening around the railing as she took in the unsettling quiet. The town looked quaint enough from a distance, with its cobblestone streets and faded Victorian houses, but something about the place felt wrong, as if the town itself was holding its breath. She hadn't expected much when she decided to come here. A small town history piece for the magazine she worked for. A quiet, picturesque corner of the world to write about. But Hollow Ridge felt like more than just a setting for a story. It was as though it was waiting for her, pulling her into its quiet mysteries. The air tasted old, like something that had been left forgotten for too long. The wind whistled faintly through the trees that lined the road, their twisted branches reaching into the grey sky like skeletal fingers. Ellie pulled her coat tighter around her, a slight shiver running down her spine. She'd always been sensitive to places like this, those that seemed too still, too heavy with the weight of their history. And though she'd left behind the small town where she grew up, the place where she had lost Finn, Hollow Ridge was beginning to feel like home in a way that unsettled her. She glanced at the faded sign by the road. Welcome to Hollow Ridge, where time slows but never stops. Ellie exhaled sharply, pushing the unwelcome thought aside. She had come here to work, to escape the ghosts that clung to her in the city, her brother's face, the constant ache of loss. She had told herself that she could finally put some distance between herself and her past. But standing at the edge of this forgotten town, she wasn't sure she could leave everything behind. With a reluctant sigh, Ellie began walking down the narrow street. She passed houses that looked as if they had been frozen in time, some abandoned, others still occupied but with their curtains drawn tight, offering no glimpse into the lives inside. The road was eerily quiet, save for the sound of her footsteps, each echoing off the damp pavement. There were no children playing, no dogs barking, not even the distant hum of traffic. After a few minutes, she reached the small, whitewashed building that doubled as the town's library and historical society. The building, though modest, had a sense of old-world charm, arched windows, ivy creeping up its brick walls, and a porch that seemed to invite visitors to step back in time. Inside, the library smelled like dust and faded paper, the kind of scent that made Ellie feel as though she had walked into a place forgotten by the world. The shelves were lined with ancient books, their spines cracked and yellowed. The air was heavy with the weight of history, yet the quiet was almost stifling. There was no hum of a computer, no bustle of people, only the soft shuffle of her own footsteps as she made her way toward the front desk. Behind the counter stood a woman, tall and lean with a striking presence. She wore a deep green scarf that matched the hue of her eyes, which were fixed intently on a stack of old papers. She had the kind of demeanor that immediately made Ellie feel both welcomed and slightly uncomfortable, like someone who saw things others could not. "Can I help you?" the woman asked without looking up. "I'm here to research Hollow Ridge, for a piece I'm working on," Ellie said, her voice sounding too loud in the heavy silence. "Just a short history of the town." The woman finally looked up, her gaze sharp, assessing. "History of the town, or history of the town's secrets?" Ellie blinked, caught off guard by the question. The woman's voice was steady, but there was an edge to it, one that hinted at more than casual curiosity. "Secrets?" Ellie repeated, unsure if she had heard her correctly. The woman's lips twisted into a small smile. "Hollow Ridge has its fair share of stories, some of them best left untouched. You're welcome to look through the archives, but be careful. Some things in this town are better left forgotten." Ellie's heart skipped a beat, an instinctual feeling rising in her chest. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, like the walls were leaning in. She swallowed, determined not to let the woman's cryptic tone affect her. "I'll be careful," she said, trying to sound confident as she moved toward the shelves. The woman nodded, her eyes lingering on Ellie for a moment longer before she returned to her papers. Ellie could feel the weight of the woman's gaze on her back as she walked through the aisles, but she ignored it. She had a job to do after all. The shelves were stocked with neatly organized volumes of local history, newspaper clippings, and maps of Hollow Ridge dating back centuries. Ellie ran her fingers over the spines of the books, their textures almost familiar, as if she had been here before. She picked out a thick leather-bound volume and opened it to the first page. It was a history of the town's founding. Settlers from the late 1700s who had come to this valley, their lives steeped in superstition and strange rituals. As Ellie read, something about the pages seemed off, as if the ink had been smeared or written in haste. Words blurred before her eyes, the letters twisting together, almost forming strange symbols she couldn't decipher. She rubbed her eyes and looked again, but the words returned to normal. "Just fatigue," she told herself. "A long drive and too little sleep." But as she turned the page, the sensation lingered, an inexplicable pull toward something darker, a feeling she couldn't shake. Something wasn't right here. The woman behind the counter cleared her throat. "You might want to check out the journal section," she said. "There's a particular one you'll want to read." Ellie looked up, surprised. "A journal?" The woman nodded, her expression unreadable. "It belonged to someone who understood what happens in this town better than anyone else. You might find it enlightening." Ellie hesitated, but curiosity won out. "Thanks," she said quietly, and walked toward the back of the room. The air felt colder the further she went, as though she were walking into a place that had not been touched in years. At the far end of the library, in a dusty corner behind a stack of old newspapers, she found a shelf filled with journals, yellowed, bound in leather, their spines cracked with age. One of them stood out among the rest, its pages sticking out, slightly, as if it had been used more often than the others. The journal was old, and the ink on the cover had long since faded, but Ellie could make out the faint imprint of a name, Isaac Cross. She pulled the journal from the shelf and opened it, feeling an unexpected thrill and unease in her chest. The first page was a list of names, written in a spidery, hurried hand. The names seemed to grow more frantic the further down the page she read, until the ink seemed to bleed into the paper, a dark blotch that made Ellie's skin crawl. She quickly turned the page, and her breath caught in her throat as the next words seemed to jump off the page, as if they had been waiting for her to find them. "The Hollow Ridge curse is real. We've all felt its weight. It calls to us, and every 25 years it takes one of us. Someone has to be sacrificed. The land will demand it." Ellie's heart pounded in her chest. This was the story she had come here to find, the one that no one wanted to talk about. The air grew even colder as the door to the library creaked open, and Ellie glanced up, startled. A man stood in the doorway, his figure shrouded in shadow. Luca Vance, the local historian, had arrived. The chill of the library seemed to follow Ellie out the door, wrapping itself tightly around her as she walked toward the small nearby cafe. She couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, something beyond just the cryptic journal in her hands. Her fingers gripped the worn leather cover of the book, and though the morning sunlight filtered through the mist, the warmth of the day did nothing to ease the weight in her chest. She tried to push the unsettling thoughts aside, telling herself that it was just the long drive, the fatigue from the move, and the quiet of the town making her jumpy. But the words in Isaac Cross's journal kept repeating in her mind, the last sentence burning like a fresh scar. The land will demand it. The faint sound of footsteps behind her snapped Ellie out of her thoughts. She turned to find Luca Vance walking briskly toward her, his dark eyes fixed on her with an intensity that seemed almost unnerving. "You're out early," he said with a small, knowing smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I see. You found the journal." Ellie tightened her grip on the book, feeling the heat of his gaze. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she stared at Luca, studying him as if for the first time. His tall frame was wrapped in a long coat that seemed older than he was, and his black hair was tousled by the wind, as though he hadn't bothered to comb it in days. "Yes," she replied, her voice steady but guarded. "I found it. Isaac Cross. It talks about the curse." Luca nodded, his expression unreadable. "You've taken a step deeper than you think." Ellie frowned, suddenly aware of how little she actually knew about him. "What does that mean?" "You've uncovered something that's been buried for generations. Most people in this town don't want to remember the past. They don't want to remember the truth," he said, his voice dropping lower as if speaking of something sacred or dangerous. Her pulse quickened. "What truth?" Luca took a step closer, glancing at the journal in her hands. "The Cross family has been tied to this town for centuries. My family's roots run deep here, and the curse. It's not just a legend, it's real. But that's not something people like to talk about." Ellie hesitated. "The journal says the land demands a sacrifice every 25 years, but it doesn't say how or why. Why now? Why has it been quiet for so long?" Luca's gaze hardened, his face taking on a mask of resolve. "Because the cycle has always been tied to the land itself. The curse has no set schedule. It waits for the right time, the right person, the right loss." Ellie's mind reeled. Loss. She swallowed hard, her eyes dropping to the journal again, feeling an uneasy connection between her brother's death and the town's dark history. The air around her felt heavier. "I'm not sure I understand," she said, her voice wavering ever so slightly. "I mean, how is it tied to the land? Is the town just built on some kind of old, forgotten evil?" Luca paused as if weighing his words carefully. He glanced around, making sure no one was within earshot before speaking again. "You could say that, but it's more than just a bad history. The land itself, it remembers, and every so often it needs to feed on something in order to keep the curse at bay. The sacrifice, it doesn't always come from the same family, but it always comes from someone tied to the town's pain." Ellie felt a coldness seep into her bones, the world around her blurring for a moment. The thought of Finn, her brother, came rushing back to her. The guilt, the accident, the night he died. She gripped the journal tighter. "So you're telling me this is a real curse, and that it requires a person to die every 25 years to keep the town from—" "What? From something worse," Luca answered quietly. "There are people who try to break the cycle, but they always fail. The land doesn't allow it. It's tied to something much older, and this time, I'm afraid it's going to claim someone you know." Ellie felt the breath catch in her chest. "What do you mean by that?" Luca's eyes seemed to cloud with something unreadable, a deep sorrow she couldn't quite place. "I've seen the signs. The curse is about to make its move again. And this time, Ellie, I don't think you're going to be able to stop it." Her heart pounded in her chest, the air around her growing thick with dread. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could find the right words, Luca's expression shifted again, almost as though he'd closed off from her entirely. He took a step back. "Trust me," he said, his voice soft but firm. "You don't want to get any deeper into this." Ellie's throat tightened. "Why?" "Because once you know too much," Luca said, "there's no going back." She stared after him as he turned and walked away, his figure swallowed by the fog that had started to creep back over the streets. Ellie stood frozen for a moment, the weight of his words hanging in the air, an invisible chain binding her to something dark and unseen. Her eyes dropped to the journal in her hands again. A part of her wanted to shut it, forget it, leave this town before things got even worse. But something in the back of her mind, something buried deep within her, pulled her forward. She needed to know. She needed to understand. The town's curse wasn't just some ghost story. It was real. And somehow it was tied to her, tied to the guilt she had carried for years. With a deep breath, Ellie turned on her heel and walked toward the old town square, the weight of the journal growing heavier with each step. She could feel it now, the invisible eyes of Hollow Ridge watching her every move, waiting for her to unravel its dark secrets. Ellie stood in front of the old house, her breath visible in the cold air despite the early hour. The house loomed ahead, its peeling paint and cracked windows giving it the appearance of a relic, abandoned long ago. The porch was sagging under the weight of time, and ivy wound its way up the sides of the house as if nature itself was trying to reclaim it. This was her great-aunt's home, Ellie's last connection to her family in Hollow Ridge. Or so she thought. The house was small compared to the others in the town, but it had an air of faded grandeur, as if once upon a time it had been the heart of the town's most prominent family. Now it was just another decaying structure, suffocated by the oppressive fog that had once again rolled in from the surrounding forest. Ellie hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the creaky porch. Her fingers brushed against the peeling wood as she reached for the door. She was supposed to be here to collect whatever belongings her great-aunt had left behind after she passed. But there was something about this house, something familiar, yet foreign, that unsettled her. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. It groaned in protest, as if the house itself were reluctant to let her in. Inside, the air smelled musty and damp, and the soft click of her shoes on the hardwood floor echoed through the silence. Dust motes floated lazily in the dim light that filtered through the cracked windows. The once grand foyer was now shrouded in shadow, the furniture draped in faded sheets that had yellowed with age. Ellie's fingers trailed along the edge of a table, catching the dust as she moved deeper into the house. The rooms felt like they were holding their breath, as if waiting for her to disturb their fragile peace. She made her way toward the staircase, its banister worn smooth by years of use. At the top of the stairs, Ellie's heart skipped when she saw the door to the master bedroom ajar. This had been her great-aunt's room, and the one place Ellie had always avoided when she visited as a child. There was something about that room, its dim lighting, its heavy antique furniture, that had always made Ellie feel small and insignificant. And now, as an adult, she could still feel the weight of it pressing against her chest. She walked toward the door, her footsteps hesitant. When she pushed it open, the room greeted her with a strange calmness. The bed, still made, was in the same position as it had been when Ellie last saw it. The curtains, now yellowed and frayed at the edges, fluttered gently in the breeze. Everything appeared frozen in time, as if her great-aunt had simply stepped out for a moment. Ellie's eyes were drawn to a large antique mirror hanging on the wall across from the bed. She had never been fond of mirrors in this house, as though they held too many memories, too many things that were better left unseen. But now, the reflection staring back at her wasn't the one she expected. For a brief moment, Ellie swore she saw a figure standing in the doorway behind her. A man, with dark hair and piercing eyes. The reflection vanished in an instant, but the chill that ran down her spine remained. Shaking her head, Ellie turned back to the room, trying to shake off the lingering unease. She moved to the small desk tucked in the corner of the room, her hand brushing against the surface as she scanned the scattered papers. There were old letters, yellowed and fragile with age, and faded photographs of family members she barely remembered. And then she found it. Tucked beneath a stack of old books was a thin, leather-bound notebook, its cover worn and cracked. Her fingers hovered over it for a moment, the same instinct pulling her toward it. As she picked it up, a cold draft swept through the room, the curtains fluttering again. Ellie's heart raced as she flipped open the notebook, its pages yellow and fragile. It was another journal. The handwriting was shaky but familiar, her great-aunt's. The first entry was dated nearly 25 years ago, the same year Ellie's brother, Finn, had died. Ellie's breath caught in her throat as she began to read, the words blurring before her eyes. I've seen the signs. The town is shifting. I feel it in the air, in the very ground beneath my feet. The land is waking. Up again. It's calling to me, to the ones who remain. I don't know how much longer I can keep it at bay. The curse is real, and it's coming for all of us. The words made her pulse quicken, her mind racing as she read on. Her great-aunt's entries were filled with strange references, visions, dreams, and cryptic warnings about a sacrifice that would soon be required. It will come for someone we love. It always has. The land demands it. The land is hungry. Ellie's hands began to shake as she read the next part. It will be my burden, but I must prepare. I will make sure they understand. I will protect them. The one who is chosen will not be me. Ellie's stomach churned. Her eyes darted to the other pages, and her hands trembled as she continued reading. Her great-aunt's words were filled with the same kind of fear Ellie had read in Isaac Cross's journal, a fear that seemed to have been passed down through the generations of families who had lived in Hollow Ridge. And then, at the very end, a final, unfinished entry. I have to find a way to stop it, but I fear I am too late. The year is coming. The land. The entry stopped abruptly. There were no more words after that, only the scribbled remnants of a hastily written sentence, as if her great-aunt had been interrupted. Ellie's mind swirled with confusion. Her heart ached as she thought of Finn, the loss that had haunted her every waking moment, the guilt that gnawed at her. Was this connected? Was this some sort of twisted legacy? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the house, and Ellie jumped, the journal falling from her hands. The sound had come from downstairs. She froze for a moment, listening. Silence. Her breath hitched in her throat, but she felt drawn to investigate. Slowly, she stood, walking toward the door. When she reached the top of the stairs, she froze. A shadow moved at the bottom of the staircase, tall and hunched. The air felt thick again, as if the house itself were holding its breath. Luca's words echoed in her mind. You don't want to get any deeper into this. Ellie took a step forward, her heart pounding, unable to shake the feeling that something or someone was watching her from the darkness below. The house seemed to pulse with a life of its own, each creak and groan of the floorboards beneath Ellie's feet amplifying the tension in the air. The shadow at the foot of the stairs lingered for a moment longer before it shifted and disappeared. Into the dim hallway below, Ellie's heart raced in her chest as she gripped the banister, her palms slick with sweat. Her legs felt weak, but she forced herself to move one step at a time toward the staircase. The quiet that followed the bang still hung in the air, like a thick fog. Nothing. The town of Hollow Ridge had always felt like a place frozen in time, but now it felt more like a tomb, a place where the past and present had collided in a way that could no longer be undone. Her great-aunt's journal, the unsettling words about the curse, the shadow in the hallway. Ellie couldn't shake the feeling that the answers she was looking for were just out of reach, lingering in the darkness, mocking her. She reached the bottom of the stairs, her breath shallow, as if the house itself was suffocating her. The hallway stretched out in front of her, its walls lined with old photographs and faded tapestries. each one depicting moments long forgotten. But as Ellie's eyes skimmed over the faces, she caught sight of something that made her stop dead. In her tracks, a small wooden door tucked between two faded paintings. It was half open, as if someone had just passed through it. A shiver ran down Ellie's spine as she approached the door, drawn to it as if by some invisible force. She had never noticed this room before. It was a part of the house she didn't recognize, tucked away in the shadows, a forgotten space. She pushed the door open with a soft creak, stepping into what appeared to be a small study. Dust covered the furniture, and a heavy sense of neglect hung in the air. But it wasn't the room that made Ellie's stomach churn. It was the large, old book that lay open on a table near the center. The book was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its pages were thick and brittle, bound in dark, cracked leather. The words on the pages were written in a strange, almost incomprehensible script, but what made Ellie's breath catch in her throat was the faint glow that emanated from the text. It pulsed, faintly at first, but growing stronger the longer she stared at it. It felt like the book was alive, like it was waiting for her. Ellie's fingers hovered over the pages, trembling before she pulled back. The curse, the sacrifice, her great-aunt's unfinished journal entry. This was it. The ritual. The very thing Luca had warned her about. The thing that had haunted the town for centuries, before Ellie could. "Open the book," a voice rang out, startling her to the core. "You shouldn't be here." She spun around, heart in her throat, and found Luca standing in the doorway, his face tight with concern. His eyes were dark, filled with something that Ellie couldn't quite place: fear, regret. He stepped into the room, his gaze flicking to the book on the table before returning to Ellie. "I told you this town isn't what it seems," he said quietly, his voice strained. "I warned you that you're digging into something you can't control." Ellie's pulse raced as she took a step back, her mind reeling. "This book, it's part of the ritual, isn't it? The one you were talking about. The sacrifice." Luca didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the book, then back at Ellie, his expression hardening. "It's not just a ritual, it's the price we pay, the price the land demands. Every 25 years, someone must die." Ellie's breath caught in her throat. The pieces were starting to come together, but they didn't make any sense. But why? Why this town? Why is it always tied to the land? And why? Why did you warn me not to dig deeper? Luca's eyes darkened, and he took a step toward her. His voice lowered. "Because the curse doesn't just claim a life. It takes something far worse. It demands that the town forget its history, its sins, its legacy. Everyone here has lost someone because of the curse, but no one speaks of it. No one remembers." Ellie swallowed hard, the weight of his words pressing down on her. She opened her mouth to respond, but Luca raised a hand, silencing her. "You don't understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This town feeds on its own pain. The more people try to forget, the stronger the curse gets. And it always takes someone with a connection to the town's past. Someone who hasn't yet broken free of the guilt and the grief that binds them to it. People like you." Ellie's head spun, the world around her beginning to tilt. Her knees felt weak. "People like me." "Your brother," Luca said quietly. "The curse has a way of tying people to it. Your grief, your guilt, it's not just in your head. It's in the land. The town knows. It's why you're here now." The words felt like a punch to her gut. Ellie staggered back, clutching the edge of the table for support. Luca stepped closer, his voice gentle but firm. "Your brother's death. It wasn't an accident, Ellie. The town, this place, it chose him. He was part of the curse, and now so are you." Ellie shook her head, the room beginning to spin. "No, I don't believe that. Finn. Finn didn't deserve to die like that. He didn't. You can't outrun it, Ellie. Luca's voice was harsh now, desperate. None of us can. The land calls to those who are bound to it. And you? You're bound just as much as the rest of us. The ritual is coming, and it's going to claim someone again. Ellie's heart raced. The journal, the sacrifice, her brother's death. It was all connected. She didn't know how or why, but it was. And somehow, despite Luca's warnings, she knew she couldn't turn away now. She couldn't walk away from the truth. Then what do I do? She whispered, barely able to get the words out. How do I stop it? Luca's expression softened, but there was a hardness in his eyes, a resignation that made Ellie's blood run cold. You don't stop it, Ellie. You survive it. Ellie's head swam as Luca turned away from her, his gaze lingering on the book. The only thing you can do is make sure you're not the one the land takes this time. The cycle will keep turning, but you have to break free. You have to remember everything, even the things you don't want to. Ellie's throat tightened as she took a step toward him. And what if I can't? She asked, her voice barely audible. Luca didn't answer. Instead, he walked out of the room, leaving Ellie standing alone in the growing silence, the old book glowing faintly in the dim light, waiting for her to make the next move. The weight of the town's history pressed down on her, and for the first time Ellie understood. There was no escaping Hollow Ridge. There never had been. The silence in the room stretched uncomfortably after Luca left, his words hanging in the air like an invisible weight. Ellie stood motionless, her body cold, her mind a whirl of confusion and fear. She didn't know what to believe anymore. Her brother's death, the town's curse, Luca's warnings. Nothing made sense. But in the pit of her stomach, she knew it was all connected. She could feel it, deep in her bones, a gnawing certainty that Hollow Ridge wasn't just any town. It was something ancient, something alive, and it had been waiting for her. With shaking hands, Ellie carefully picked up the old journal from the table. The soft crackle of the pages as she flipped through them seemed unnervingly loud in the silence. Her great-aunt had known. She had felt it too, the pull of the land, the inescapable curse that bound them all to it. But the pages grew more frantic, the further Ellie read, as if her great-aunt had been fighting something much darker than she could handle. It is coming for me. I can feel it in the air, in the soil. It has already marked me. I know the signs. The others don't. They are blind to it, but not me. I see it in my dreams, in the cracks of the earth. The land is waking, and it will take what it is owed. Ellie's breath hitched. The words mirrored what Luca had said, but her great-aunt's desperation felt more tangible, more real. She wasn't just recording her thoughts. She was pleading, trying to prepare for something inevitable. The journal slipped from Ellie's fingers, falling to the floor with a soft thud. She turned her gaze back to the doorway, half expecting Luca to return. But there was nothing, only the oppressive silence of the house. Her chest tightened. Ellie couldn't ignore the weight of his last words, the lingering chill in the air after he left. You don't stop it, Ellie. You survive it. He didn't think she could break the curse, didn't believe anyone could. Was he right? Could she? Only wait, powerless to stop the inevitable. A knock at the door jolted her out of her thoughts. Ellie flinched, her pulse spiking. She quickly wiped her hands on her jeans, trying to steady her nerves before she made her way to the front door. When she opened it, Maggie was standing there, a worried frown on her face. Ellie, are you all right? Maggie asked, her voice low and concerned. She glanced over Ellie's shoulder into the dark hallway. I thought I saw Luca leaving. What's going on? Ellie swallowed, unsure of how to explain. Maggie had been nothing but kind, had offered her a connection to the town she was just beginning to unravel. But Ellie couldn't bring herself to share everything yet, not when she wasn't sure of the truth herself. I'm fine, Ellie lied, stepping back to let Maggie in. Just thinking. Maggie raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. She closed the door behind her and gave Ellie a once-over, before speaking again. "Luca's not the type to visit unless something's going on," Maggie said, her voice steady but tinged with suspicion. "You've seen something, haven't you? Something that's not just local history." Ellie's gaze darted to the hallway, her mind replaying the strange sensations she'd felt ever since stepping foot in Hollow Ridge. The whispers, the haunting feeling of being watched, the book in her great-aunt's study. She nodded slowly. "I've seen a lot of things," Ellie confessed, her voice shaky, "but it's hard to put it all together. This town, Maggie, I think it's more than a place with a dark past. I think it's alive. The curse, the land, it's like it's pulling me in." Maggie's expression softened, but there was a flicker of concern in her eyes. She moved closer, her hands clasped in front of her as if bracing herself. "Ellie, what have you learned about the town's rituals?" Ellie hesitated. She knew Maggie's family had been part of this town for generations, but she wasn't sure how much she wanted to reveal. She had already pushed Luca to the brink by asking too many questions. How would Maggie react to the full truth? The rituals. "They're real," Ellie said, her voice tight. "I've read the journals, Maggie. The curse takes someone every 25 years. The land demands it." Maggie's face paled at the mention of the ritual. She pressed a hand to her mouth, as though trying to hold back something more than words. "I thought it was just stories, something the elders whispered about in hushed tones," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "But it's more than that, isn't it?" Ellie nodded grimly. "It's real, and I think it's coming for someone now." Maggie took a step back, her face draining of color. Who's going to be taken this time?" Ellie didn't know how to answer. She wanted to say that they could stop it, that she could fix it somehow, but the truth was far darker than she was prepared to admit. "I think it's going to take me," she said quietly. "I think it's me. It has to be." Maggie shook her head, her voice rising in panic. No, it can't be you, Ellie. We can't let that happen." But Ellie felt a gnawing certainty inside her, an overwhelming sense that this was her fate. The land had chosen, and it had chosen her. The curse had been set into motion long before her arrival. Finn had been the first piece. His death had been part of the bargain. But now it was her turn. Her grief, her guilt, the pain she carried had all led her to this moment. "I have to stop it," Ellie said, her voice firm despite the fear that gripped her heart. "I have to face it, face the curse. I need to understand how to break it." Maggie grabbed her arm, pulling her closer, her face twisted in fear. "Ellie, this isn't something you can fix. I've seen the way people look at you since you got here. This town, it has a way of marking you, and once it does..." She trailed off, her voice breaking. Ellie could see the fear in her eyes, the same fear that had been building inside her since she'd first stepped into Hollow Ridge. "I don't know what to do," Maggie whispered, her voice barely a breath. "I'll find a way," Ellie said, her tone resolute. She didn't know how, but she couldn't stop. Not when the truth was so close. Not when she was so deep into the heart of Hollow Ridge. Maggie's grip tightened on her arm. "Just be careful, Ellie. You don't know what you're dealing with." Ellie nodded, though she felt an eerie sense of déjà vu, as if the town itself was listening, waiting for her to take the next step in its twisted game. The ground beneath her feet felt like it was shifting again, the weight of history and curse bearing down on her. The land was calling, and it had already marked its next victim. Ellie couldn't shake the feeling that the town itself was watching her. Hollow Ridge wasn't just a place. There was something more to it, something alive, rooted in the land and in the people who lived here. As the days passed, Ellie found herself drawn deeper into its mysteries, like a moth to a flame. Each new revelation led to another, each step forward taking her further from the person she had once been. The Cross family, she'd learned, was central to the town's history. The name appeared in nearly every account of Hollow Ridge's founding, the family that had lived here for generations, its roots entwined with the curse that had plagued the town. Ellie had found traces of the Cross family in her great-aunt's journal, references to a pact made long ago, whispers of an unbroken legacy tied to the land. She knew that she had to learn more, but the deeper she dug, the more she realized that there were people who would do anything to keep the town's secrets buried. Ellie had already encountered Luca's warnings. Now it was time to meet Sarah Cross, the last of the Cross family, the enigmatic matriarch who had lived in Hollow Ridge longer than anyone could remember. Sarah's house was on the outskirts of town, nestled among trees that seemed to stretch on forever. It was an ancient mansion, the kind that looked like it had been built with purpose, its dark windows staring out at the world like vacant eyes. The grounds around the house were meticulously kept, the grass trimmed just so, the path leading to the door lined with a series of uneven stones. It was beautiful, in a haunting, decaying way. Ellie stood at the door for a moment, the wind biting at her cheeks, her breath misting in the cold air. She had no idea what she was walking into. Sarah Cross was a legend in Hollow Ridge, both feared and revered. People spoke of her in hushed tones, as though she held power far beyond her years. But Ellie couldn't help but feel she was connected to the curse in ways that no one had explained. Taking a deep breath, Ellie knocked on the door. A few moments passed before the door creaked open. Sarah stood on the threshold, her tall, regal figure framed by the dark interior of the house. Her face was pale, almost ghostly, her hair long and silver, flowing like a river of moonlight down her back. She wore a dark, flowing gown that seemed to blend with the shadows of the house. And her eyes, those eyes, were sharp, piercing, as though they could see right through Ellie. "You've come," Sarah said, her voice soft but commanding. She stepped aside, allowing Ellie to enter. Ellie hesitated, her eyes flicking over the room beyond. The interior of the house was just as unsettling as its exterior. Ancient, heavy furniture, the air thick with the scent of incense and old books. The walls were covered in faded tapestries, strange symbols woven into the fabric, and the floorboards creaked underfoot as if the house itself were alive, whispering secrets to those who dared listen. Sarah led Ellie deeper into the house, her steps measured, graceful. It was hard to tell how old she really was. There was something ageless about her, a timelessness that seemed to stretch back centuries. "You're searching for answers," Sarah said, her voice barely more than a murmur. "But be careful, child. There are things here that should not be known." Ellie's heart skipped a beat. "I've been warned about the curse, about what it does to the people here. Luca told me." Sarah stopped abruptly, turning to face Ellie. Her eyes narrowed, a strange sadness flickering in their depths. "Luca, he's not wrong, but he doesn't understand. He's only seen a fraction of the truth. The curse has been here longer than he's been alive, longer than I or anyone can remember. It's not just about blood. It's about the land." The air seemed to grow heavier as she spoke, a tension settling over them both. Ellie could feel it, a low hum in the atmosphere, like the earth itself was speaking in a language she couldn't comprehend. The Cross family is tied to Hollow Ridge, as you've discovered. But it's more than just ancestry. It's a burden we carry. The pact was made long ago, before anyone could truly understand the cost. Each generation bears it, though we do not speak of it. The land demands a price that is always paid. Ellie swallowed hard, her mind racing. A price? The ritual? Sarah nodded slowly, her gaze darkening. The ritual is only the outward manifestation. The true cost is in the soul, the guilt, the grief that binds us to this place. Each sacrifice feeds the land, feeds the curse, but it is the memory of those lost that keeps the cycle turning. The town forgets, but the land never does. Ellie's hands clenched into fists at her sides, the weight of Sarah's words sinking in. The land, the memory, the grief, it was all connected. It was as if the town itself was a living, breathing thing, feeding off the pain, feeding off the very people who lived there. The curse, Ellie said slowly, her voice trembling. What happens when the price is paid? What happens when it's over? Sarah's expression softened for a moment, and for the first time, Ellie saw a flicker of something like regret in her eyes. The curse is never truly over. Even when the price is paid, it only feeds the land for a time. There is no end to the cycle. The land will take, and the town will remember, but for how long? Eventually, it will take more. It always does. Ellie's breath caught in her throat. So there's no way to stop it? There is, Sarah said, her voice growing more serious. But it requires more than just a ritual, more than just a sacrifice. It requires truth. The curse lives in the lies we tell ourselves, in the memories we bury, in the things we are too afraid to face. The only way to break it is to remember everything. Everything? Ellie echoed, confused. What does that mean? The truth, child. The truth of what happened when this town was founded. The truth of the Cross family's role in the pact. The truth of who was chosen and why. The ritual has only ever been one part of the puzzle. The rest is buried in the land itself, in the blood that runs through these old veins. Ellie felt her pulse quicken. You want me to uncover the past. You want me to break the curse. Sarah gave her a slow, measured smile. I cannot do it alone. No one can. But you... She paused, her eyes narrowing in an almost predatory way. You are tied to this, Ellie. You have always been tied to this. The land knows it. It calls to you. You have only one choice now: to uncover the truth or to become part of the land's hunger. Ellie's heart raced, the weight of Sarah's words bearing down on her. She could feel the pull now, the invisible tether between her and the town, between her and the curse that had haunted Hollow Ridge for generations. There was no going back. She stepped forward, meeting Sarah's gaze with resolve. Then I'll uncover the truth. I'll face it. All of it. Sarah's eyes gleamed with something ancient, something that had seen more than Ellie could ever understand. Good, Sarah said, her voice low and full of dark promise. The land is watching, and it will not let you go until you do. Ellie felt a cold shiver run through her, but there was no turning back now. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, and with them, the curse of Hollow Ridge grew ever closer. The nights in Hollow Ridge were unnervingly quiet, as if the town itself had fallen asleep, waiting for something. Ellie couldn't escape the feeling that the land was breathing beneath her, the pulse of the earth in perfect rhythm with her own. The days were a blur of searching, old journals, forgotten records, fragments of the past, but nothing had prepared her for what would come when the night fell. The first dream came that night, just as the fog began to settle in the valley. It was almost peaceful at first, a soft warmth wrapping around her like an old blanket, a sense of security that she hadn't felt in years. She stood in a field, the tall grass swaying in the wind, her feet bare against the cool earth. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the land. It was a place she knew well, a place she had visited in her memories, though it was buried so deep that she had almost forgotten it existed. Her brother, Finn, was there, standing in the distance, his back turned to her. "Finn," she called, her voice trembling with emotion. He turned slowly, his features soft in the golden light. A smile spread across his face, the same smile he had worn on the day of his accident, the day she had distracted him, the day he had crashed the car, the day everything had changed. Her heart clenched in her chest at the memory. "Ellie, it's all right," Finn said, his voice calm, soothing, but there was something strange in his eyes, a depth she couldn't understand. "You're here now. That's all that matters." She took a step toward him, her breath quickening. "I'm sorry, Finn. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I should have—" "It's not your fault," he interrupted, his smile never wavering. "I've always known it wasn't your fault." But Ellie wasn't convinced. Her guilt, the burden she had carried for so long, pressed down on her chest like a weight that she couldn't shake. "Then why do I feel like it is? Why do I feel like I'm the one who should have died?" Finn's expression softened, his eyes filled with an unspoken sadness. "The land has its own way of choosing, Ellie. You don't have to carry it all." And then, as quickly as it had come, the scene shifted. The light dimmed, the field disappearing into a dark, oppressive fog. The world around her became distorted, shifting like a mirage. Finn's voice echoed in the distance, a hollow whisper that barely reached her ears. "The land calls to you. It calls to those who are bound to it. You're not free until it has claimed you." Ellie reached out, desperate to hold on to something, but the fog thickened, swallowing her whole. The ground beneath her feet gave way and she fell, tumbling into the darkness. She woke with a gasp, her body drenched in sweat. Her heart hammered in her chest, and her breath came in sharp, shallow bursts. The room was pitch black, save for the pale moonlight streaming through the window, casting long shadows across the walls. Ellie sat up in bed, rubbing her eyes, trying to shake off the remnants of the dream. It had felt so real, too real. Finn's voice, the land's call, the feeling of being bound. It all felt like a warning, something she couldn't ignore. She glanced at the clock. 3:15 a.m. The quiet of the house was almost suffocating, but Ellie couldn't bring herself to return to sleep. The dream had stirred something inside her, a need to understand, to piece together the fragments of her past and the curse that haunted the town. Pulling on a robe, she stumbled downstairs, her mind reeling. She needed to find out more, needed to push further. There had to be more hidden in Hollow Ridge, more secrets buried under the layers of history waiting to be uncovered. The town, the land, it was all part of something much bigger, something darker than she had imagined. And Finn's words echoed in her mind. "The land calls to you." She grabbed the journal from the table where she had left it earlier, flipping through the pages in a frantic haze. Her great-aunt's entries were increasingly desperate, filled with cryptic warnings, but it was the final one that caught Ellie's attention. "They will come for you. The land will choose, and it will never forget. The pact is complete, but the price is yet to be paid. The land will take. It will always take." Ellie's breath caught in her throat as she read the words again, the meaning settling like a stone in her gut. The land would always take. But what did that mean for her? Why had she been drawn here, tied to this place, this curse? Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door broke the silence, making Ellie jump. She felt a jolt of panic, the sense that something was wrong, that she was being pulled further into the web of the town's dark history. She didn't want to answer, but the knock came again, more urgent this time. With a reluctant sigh, she moved toward the door. She hesitated before pulling it open, her eyes falling on the figure standing in the doorway. Luca. His face was grim, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had not slept at all. There was an air of urgency about him, his posture tense. "Ellie, you need to come with me," he said, his voice low but firm. "It's starting." She blinked, trying to process his words. What's starting? Luca glanced over his shoulder as if checking to make sure no one was watching. The curse. It's already begun. You're part of it now, whether you want to be or not. The land has chosen, and we don't have much time. Ellie felt the weight of his words sink in. The land had chosen. She wasn't sure whether she was more terrified of the curse itself or of the truth she was beginning to understand. "Where are we going?" Ellie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Luca didn't answer immediately, but there was a flash of something dark in his eyes. "We need to see the place where it all began. You need to see it too. It's the only way." Ellie's heart raced. The dream, the land, the curse, it was all coming together, faster than she had ever anticipated. She stepped outside, the cool night air biting at her skin, the fog rolling in, thick and oppressive. Luca's words lingered in her mind as they walked toward the woods that bordered the town. "The land will take," he had said. And Ellie couldn't shake the feeling that it was coming for her. The path through the woods was swallowed by darkness, the mist rolling in thick and fast, curling around their ankles like ghostly hands reaching up from the earth. The trees loomed overhead, twisted and gnarled, their bare branches swaying in the wind, their shadows stretching like fingers in the moonlight. Ellie could barely see Luca in front of her, only the faint outline of his figure disappearing into the fog. The quiet was unnerving, as though the woods themselves were holding their breath. Not a sound could be heard, except for the occasional rustling of leaves beneath their feet. But Ellie felt something else in the air, a presence, a weight pressing down on her, as if the land itself was watching, waiting for her to make the next move. The further they walked, the more the fog seemed to close in around them, thickening, like a wall that would shut them off from the rest of the world. "Luca," Ellie whispered, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to keep it steady.
"Where are we going? What's here?" Luca didn't answer right away.
His footsteps continued in front of her, slow and deliberate, as though he was accustomed to the path. But Ellie wasn't so sure. This place was unfamiliar, unsettling in a way that defied logic. It was like stepping into a dream, one that she couldn't wake up from. They walked for what felt like an eternity, the fog obscuring their surroundings until Ellie felt she had no idea where they were anymore. She opened her mouth to ask again, but then, in the distance, she saw it. A small clearing up ahead, surrounded by stones. Large, worn stones that looked as though they had been placed here deliberately, their surfaces carved with strange, ancient symbols. It looked like an altar, ancient and forgotten, a place where the land had been fed for generations. The stones stood like silent sentinels, marking the spot where something unspeakable had happened, where the land's hunger had been sated. Luca stopped just before the clearing, his silhouette sharp against the pale moonlight. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable. "Do you know what this place is?" he asked softly, his voice carrying an edge of something almost like fear. Ellie's heart skipped a beat as she stepped closer, instinctively drawn to the stones. She felt the weight of them, the pull, like they were calling to her. She shook her head slowly. "No, but I feel like I've seen it before. In my dreams." Luca's face tightened. "This is where it started. This is where the curse began." Ellie's breath caught in her throat. "What do you mean? How can this—" "The ritual," Luca interrupted, his voice sharp. "It wasn't just a sacrifice to the land. It was a pact, a deal struck long ago between the settlers and whatever force controls this place. They knew that in order to keep Hollow Ridge alive, they had to offer something, someone, every 25 years. The stones are a reminder of that pact, a memorial, if you will. And now it's your turn to understand why." Ellie stepped back, a chill creeping down her spine. "I don't understand," she whispered. "What do you mean, my turn?" "The land has chosen you, Ellie," Luca said, his tone serious. "Just like it chose those before you. Just like it chose me years ago. We're bound to this place. The curse, the land, it feeds on us, on our grief, our guilt. It doesn't matter how far you run, how much you try to forget. The land remembers, and it always comes back." Ellie's mind reeled. She thought of Finn, of her brother's death, the way his ghost had whispered to her in her dreams. "The land calls to you." He had said it in that dream. She hadn't known what it meant then, but now, standing here in the clearing, the truth was coming at her like a tidal wave. She wasn't just here because of some ancient town curse. She was here because of her own blood, her own guilt. The land had claimed her, just as it had claimed her great aunt, just as it had claimed the others. The price had always been paid, and the next chapter was hers. "No," she gasped, stumbling backward. "I don't want this. I don't want to be a part of this. I didn't choose this." Luca's eyes softened, but his expression remained grim. "None of us do, Ellie. But that's the point. We don't choose it. The land chooses us, and once it does, there's no running from it. The only thing left is to understand it, to face it head on." A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, rustling the trees and causing the stones to groan, as if the land itself was sighing in response to Ellie's defiance. She turned in a circle, the sensation of being watched growing stronger. The air felt thick, charged with energy, and she could hear faint whispers rising from the ground, a chorus of voices that were not her own. She froze. The whispers. They weren't just in her mind. "Did you hear that?" Ellie whispered urgently, her voice rising in panic. Luca didn't look surprised. He nodded slowly. "It's the land. It's alive, Ellie. You're starting to hear it. The voices of all the others who've come before you. All the sacrifices, all the lost souls trapped here." Ellie's heart pounded in her chest as the whispers grew louder. A maddening chorus of voices, like 1,000 people crying out in unison. She could feel their desperation, their pain, their fear. It was as if they were all reaching for her, begging her to understand. "What do they want?" she gasped, her knees buckling beneath her. "They want you to remember," Luca said, stepping closer. "They want you to face the truth. Only then can the cycle be broken. Only then can you free yourself from the curse. But you have to do it. You have to accept the land's power. You have to accept the sacrifice that comes with it." Ellie's vision blurred, her head spinning from the weight of everything she had just learned. The curse, the land, the voices of the lost. Finn's ghost, pulling her into this nightmare. It was all too much. But then, in the midst of the chaos, Ellie heard something else. A voice, soft, familiar, almost like a memory. Ellie. Her breath caught in her throat, her heart stopping for a moment. It was Finn's voice. She turned, searching the clearing desperately. "Finn," she whispered, her voice cracking. And then she saw him, standing at the edge of the trees, bathed in a faint, ghostly glow. "Finn," she cried, stepping toward him. But as she moved closer, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble, the whispers rising to a deafening crescendo. The clearing shifted around her, warping, as though the land itself was twisting in response to her presence. Finn's figure flickered, his form growing faint, as if he were being pulled away. "You have to choose, Ellie. You have to face the truth, or it will take you too." Ellie's heart thudded painfully in her chest as Finn's image faded into the mist, leaving her standing alone in the center of the clearing. The whispers subsided, but the weight of their meaning lingered, heavy in the air. The land had claimed her, and there was no escaping it now. The night air was still as Ellie stumbled away from the clearing, her thoughts tangled, her heart heavy with the weight of everything she had just learned. The mist still clung to the woods like a suffocating veil, and the whispers, those maddening, aching whispers, still lingered in the back of her mind. But even though the sounds were fading, they were replaced by something more haunting, the feeling that she was being followed, watched from the shadows. Every step she took seemed to echo, every breath drawn felt too loud, too sharp. Luca was walking ahead, his expression unreadable, as though he had known this would happen. As though he had known she would hear the land calling, feel the truth, pressing down on her, pushing her to the edge. "We're almost there," Luca said, his voice low, almost lost beneath the sounds of the night. He didn't turn to look at her, but Ellie could feel his eyes on her back. "The cemetery's just beyond the hill." Ellie nodded absently, her mind still reeling from what had just transpired in the clearing. She had seen Finn, or at least, she thought she had. The vision had been so vivid, so real. She could still see his pale, distant face, his voice calling her to face the truth. But what was the truth? What had the land meant when it told her she had to choose? Luca had said it all depended on her, that she needed to face the past, the memories she had buried, the guilt she had carried for so long. But could she? Could she truly confront what had happened? Could she finally understand why Finn had been taken? The cemetery loomed ahead like a forgotten monument to time itself, its iron gate rusted and nearly forgotten in the overgrown weeds that had slowly encroached upon its grounds. The gravestones within the fence were old, centuries old, and their inscriptions were worn and illegible, as though they had been forgotten by both the living and the dead. Ellie's pulse quickened as they passed through the gate. Her eyes flicked to the gravestones, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the moss-covered stone. The air here was different, thicker, heavier, filled with something she couldn't name. There was a palpable sense of history here, a sense that the land had consumed more than just the souls of those buried beneath it. "Why are we here?" Ellie asked quietly, her voice barely more than a whisper. "What does this place have to do with anything?" Luca stopped in front of a large, weathered gravestone. It was older than the others, its surface cracked, the name barely discernible beneath layers of dirt and time. Ellie could make out only a few words. Isaac Cross, the same name she had seen in her great-aunt's journal. The same name that had been tied to the curse, to the pact that had bound Hollow Ridge to the land. "This is where it began," Luca said, his voice low, almost reverent. Isaac Cross was the first to make the deal with the land. He knew what would happen, knew that the town would be trapped in a cycle of death and sacrifice, but he did it anyway. He thought he could control it. Ellie's heart pounded in her chest. He made the deal with the land? What do you mean? Luca's gaze flicked to her, his eyes dark, heavy with something Ellie couldn't place. The land is not just soil and stone. It's alive, Ellie. It feeds on grief, on loss. It calls to those who are bound to it, and it demands something in return. Isaac Cross struck a deal to keep the town safe from what's beneath the earth, what's waiting to break free, but it came with a price, and every 25 years, that price is paid. Ellie's breath hitched. And now it's my turn. Luca didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a step closer to the grave, his fingers trailing lightly over the cracked surface of the stone. "Your brother's death wasn't an accident," he said quietly. "It was part of the deal, a part of the land's hunger." Isaac. Cross's pact with the land, his need for power. He wanted to protect Hollow Ridge, but he didn't understand that the land is not something you can control. It chooses. And it's chosen you. The words hit Ellie like a punch to the gut. Her knees trembled beneath her, and she sank to the ground beside the gravestone. Her mind was racing, thoughts tumbling over each other, but none of them made sense. The land? Isaac Cross. Her brother's death? It all felt like a twisted nightmare she couldn't wake up from. But why Finn? She whispered, her voice breaking. Why him? Why me? Luca knelt beside her, his expression softening. Because of the grief you carry, Ellie, the guilt. The land feels it. It feeds off it. And Finn's death was the catalyst. The land chooses those who are tied to it, those who have unresolved pain, unresolved grief. You weren't just here because of the town. You were chosen because of what? You've been carrying all these years. Ellie shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. But I don't know how to let it go. I don't know how to let go of him. Luca reached out, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. You don't have to forget, Ellie, but you have to remember the truth. You have to understand that the land has been feeding off your pain, feeding off your guilt. It won't release you until you do. A sudden, sharp wind swept through the cemetery, causing the trees to groan and the gravestones to shake. Ellie's skin prickled as the temperature dropped, and a faint whispering sound began to fill the air, low, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to rise from the earth itself. She looked around, her eyes wide with fear. What is that? She gasped, standing up suddenly. The whispers grew louder, sharper, more urgent. Luca's face hardened. It's them, the lost souls, the ones who came before you. They're reaching for you, Ellie. They want you to understand. They want you to remember. Ellie's pulse raced as the whispers grew louder, almost deafening, and the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. The gravestones around her seemed to shift, the earth cracking open, revealing something dark beneath the surface. A presence, ancient and powerful, rising from the ground. No, Ellie breathed, stumbling backward. No, please, I can't. Luca grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the center of the cemetery. You have to face it, Ellie. You have to face what's been buried here, or the land will never let you go. But Ellie couldn't move. The whispers surrounded her, their voices like 1,000 lost souls begging for release. She could feel the weight of their eyes on her, their hands reaching for her, pulling her into the depths of the earth. And then, through the chaos, one voice broke through. Ellie. It was Finn's voice again. Soft, familiar, but filled with an unspoken sadness. You have to choose, Ellie. You have to let it go, or it will take you too. The ground beneath her feet shook violently, and for a moment, Ellie felt as though she was being pulled into the darkness. But this time, she understood. The land had chosen her, but she wasn't going to let it take her. Not without a fight. The earth trembled beneath Ellie's feet, the whispers growing louder until they were deafening, like 1,000 voices crying out at once, their desperation reaching into her very soul. She could feel the pull of the ground beneath her, the cold, dark fingers of the land tugging at her, trying to drag her down into its depths. Her heart hammered in her chest, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but she couldn't escape it. The curse, the land, the souls that had come before her, they were all here, pulling at her, demanding that she face the truth. And yet, in the midst of the chaos, one voice pierced through the noise. Ellie. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her hands gripping the dirt as if it could anchor her to reality. She looked up, through the mist, through the shadows, and there he was. Finn. His figure appeared faint at first, then solidifying in the moonlight. He stood just outside the ring of gravestones, his eyes locked onto hers. His expression was soft, familiar, but the sorrow in his eyes was unmistakable. Finn, Ellie whispered, her voice cracking. She crawled toward him, her body shaking, her heart pounding in her ears. Please, Finn, tell me what I need to do. Tell me how to stop this. But Finn didn't speak. His lips moved, but the words didn't come out. Instead, his face twisted with an unreadable expression, as if he were trying to communicate something vital, but unable to. "Please," Ellie repeated, crawling closer, the whispers growing louder, the earth pulling harder. "Tell me. I can't do this alone." For a moment, there was silence. The world seemed to hold its breath, and Ellie felt the weight of her decision pressing down on her. The land was calling. It had always been calling, but it wasn't just the land that had been feeding on her grief, on her guilt. It was her own past, her own unresolved emotions, the part of her that had never truly let go of Finn's death. Finn's face softened, as if he could hear her thoughts, as if he understood. He slowly stepped forward, and in that instant, Ellie felt something shift in the air, something heavy, something ancient. The mist began to swirl, and the whispers ceased, replaced by a hauntingly quiet stillness. Finn reached out his hand, his eyes pleading with her. "Let go, Ellie," the voice inside her head whispered. "You can't break free unless you let go." Tears sprang to Ellie's eyes as she stared at him. He was her brother, her little brother, the one she had failed, the one she had blamed herself for losing, the one who had died because she had distracted him, because she had been too caught up in her own thoughts to stop him from getting in that car. The guilt had eaten at her for years, a constant weight that she had never been able to shed. She had hidden it away, buried it beneath layers of time and distance, convincing herself that she could move on, that she could escape it. But the truth was clear now. The land had called to her not because of some ancient pact, not because of some curse beyond her control. It had called to her because of her own grief, her own unresolved guilt, her own refusal to let go. "Finn, I'm so sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking as she reached for him. "I'm sorry. I never meant to. I never meant for you to." She stopped, unable to continue, because the truth was too painful to put into words. She had blamed herself for so long, and now in this moment she understood. She had been carrying the burden of his death as if it were her own. But the land, the curse, it wouldn't let her move forward until she let go of that pain, that guilt. It had been feeding on it, drawing strength from it, forcing her to stay tethered to the past. And so with trembling hands, Ellie reached out, her fingers brushing against Finn's. But as soon as they touched, everything changed. The world around her rippled, the cemetery vanishing into a swirling vortex of light and shadows. The ground beneath her feet quaked violently, and Ellie's vision blurred as the air was filled with a loud, booming roar, the roar of the land itself, a sound that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth, a primal cry of hunger. Finn's figure began to fade, his form growing more and more translucent until he was nothing but a shadow in the mist. But before he disappeared completely, he spoke one final word, his voice barely audible over the chaos around her. "Remember." Then, with one final gasp, he was gone. Ellie's breath caught in her throat. The cemetery, the land, the voices, everything began to unravel, the very fabric of the world around her seeming to tear apart. The land had claimed him, and now it had claimed her. The cycle had been set into motion long ago, and she had played her part. But there was one final choice left to make. Luca's voice pierced through the chaos, pulling Ellie back to the present. "Ellie, you have to make a choice. The land will only let you go if you break the cycle, if you stop the ritual." Ellie turned to face him, her chest heaving as she tried to steady her breath. The land was still trembling beneath her feet, the air thick with power, with an ancient force that seemed to be waiting for her decision. Luca stepped closer, his eyes dark with the weight of the past. "The only way to stop it, to break the curse, is to sacrifice what's left of your past. You have to choose, Ellie. Will you let go of everything, everything, even Finn's memory? Or will you stay bound to the land forever? Ellie's heart raced, the gravity of the decision pressing down on her like 1,000 pounds. To break the curse, she would have to let go of her brother, of the memory that had haunted her for so long, to let go of her grief, her guilt, to move forward. She would have to sacrifice the last piece of him she had left. But could she? Luca's gaze never wavered, the weight of his words settling over her like a shroud. Ellie took a deep breath, feeling the land beneath her shifting, the weight of the decision bearing down on her with every passing second. Her heart screamed to hold on. But she knew what she had to do. "I'll let go," she whispered, her voice breaking as she made her choice. "I'll let him go." The land seemed to respond immediately, the air around her shifting, the whispers growing quiet. The earth stopped trembling, the mist clearing, and for the first time since she had arrived in Hollow Ridge, Ellie felt the weight lift from her chest. She was free, but the cost had been high. The silence that followed Ellie's choice hung heavy in the air. The whispers that had once echoed through the cemetery now faded to nothing, leaving behind a stillness that felt almost unnatural. The ground, which had been trembling beneath her feet just moments ago, had stilled, as if it had exhaled a long-held breath. The land had received its offering, and the cycle, for the moment, had been broken. Ellie stood alone in the clearing, the weight of her decision settling around her like a shroud. She could feel the absence of Finn now, no longer a shadow at the edges of her mind, no longer a haunting voice calling out to her in the night. The guilt, the grief, the constant ache in her chest that had consumed her for so long was gone. But so was he. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her hands pressed against the cold earth. Tears blurred her vision, but they weren't tears of grief. Not exactly. They were tears of release, of understanding. She had chosen to let go, to free herself from the past, but it came with a sacrifice that she couldn't yet fully comprehend. Luca stepped up behind her, his presence quiet, his gaze distant. He had been watching her since she made the choice, but he hadn't spoken, hadn't interrupted. Now, his voice broke the silence, low and measured. "You did it," he said. "You've stopped the cycle, for now at least." Ellie wiped her tears, her body trembling from the emotional weight that had just been lifted. But the relief didn't last long. Something else lingered in the air, something darker, more insidious. The land, she realized, was not done with her yet. "The land will always remember," Luca continued, his voice heavier than before. "And now you've made a choice. The price is paid. But the origins of this curse, they run deeper than you know." Ellie looked up at him, her eyes still clouded with the aftershock of what had just happened. "What do you mean?" I stopped it. I thought I broke it." Luca took a deep breath, looking away from her. His gaze drifted to the gravestones surrounding them, as if he could feel the weight of their history pressing in on him. The curse was never just about the ritual. It was never just about one life being taken. The ritual is only a symptom. The true origin of the curse is something much older, and no one in this town, not even me, truly understands it. Ellie stood up slowly, her legs shaky beneath her. "What do you mean by that? What is it?" Luca looked back at her, his expression grim. "This town was founded on a lie, a pact made with something ancient, something powerful. Isaac Cross was the first to make the deal, but it wasn't just for the land, it was for protection. For Hollow Ridge to survive, it had to keep feeding, and the land, it feeds on pain, on grief. It craves it." Ellie's breath caught in her throat. The realization hit her like a physical blow. "You're saying the curse, it's not just about sacrifices, it's about something else?" Luca nodded, his gaze distant, as if the weight of his words had finally sunk in. Yes, the pact Isaac Cross made wasn't just to ensure the town's survival. It was to prevent something much darker from escaping. Something that has been trapped beneath this land for centuries. The curse isn't the cause of the suffering, it's the consequence. The land's hunger is what keeps the thing below bound. Ellie stared at him, trying to process his words, but they didn't make sense. What is it? What's beneath the town? Luca's eyes darkened, and for a brief moment Ellie saw a flicker of fear in them. I don't know. No one knows. The settlers, Isaac Cross, his family, they thought they could control it. They thought they could trap it beneath the earth with their blood, with their sacrifices. But they didn't understand. They didn't know what they were dealing with. It wasn't just the land they were binding. It was something older than time. Something that had been here long before Hollow Ridge was ever founded. Ellie felt a chill run down her spine, her skin prickling with unease. And you think that thing is still here? Luca's expression darkened even further. I don't think it's still here, Ellie. I know it is. The ground beneath their feet seemed to shift as his words settled in, like the earth itself was listening. The wind picked up again, the trees around them swaying as if stirred by an invisible force. Ellie looked around, her breath catching in her throat. She felt it now. Something was different. Something was changing. The land wasn't just at rest. It was waking up. This is why the ritual never truly ends. Luca continued, his voice tight with the weight of his knowledge. The land has always been tied to that thing beneath it. The sacrifices, the cycles, they feed it, keep it dormant. But the hunger is always there. The more the town forgets, the more it grows. Ellie's mind raced as she processed the terrifying implications of his words. So what happens now? Now that I've broken the cycle? Luca's face was grim, his eyes filled with something darker than regret. The land doesn't forget, Ellie, and neither does what's buried beneath it. By choosing to break the cycle, you've made the land remember. The hunger will return. Ellie felt the world tilt, her stomach turning as fear tightened around her chest. The land, the thing beneath it, it was alive. It was waiting. And now she had awakened it. Luca turned to her, his expression filled with an unreadable sorrow. The land remembers, the hunger returns. But now the question is, what will you do about it? Ellie's heart pounded in her chest as she realized the terrifying truth. The curse had never truly been broken. It had merely been dormant, waiting for someone to make the wrong choice. And now, with her decision, the cycle was about to begin. Anew, the hunger was waking, and Hollow Ridge was no longer safe. Still here? Brave. Or maybe you just like the feeling of being watched. Like, subscribe, and drop your time and location in the comments, so we know who's still out there. Now breathe slow. The worst is coming. The air had grown heavier. The silence in the cemetery unnervingly thick. It was as though the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Ellie stood frozen, her mind spinning as Luca's words echoed in her ears. The hunger will return. It was hard to think straight. She had thought that by breaking the cycle, by letting go of her grief, her guilt, the curse would finally end, that she could finally move forward. But the truth hit her like a crushing wave. The curse had never been about the sacrifices. It was about the land, about the ancient hunger buried beneath it, waiting for a time to break free. And now, she had woken it up. I don't understand, Ellie whispered, her voice hoarse with the weight of everything she had just learned. What do you mean by the hunger? What is it that's down there? Luca's face was drawn tight with the weight of his knowledge, his eyes haunted by something far older than the town itself. He stepped closer to her, his voice low, almost a growl. "It's not just a curse, Ellie. It's a pact, a contract made long before the town was founded. The settlers, Isaac Cross and his family, they didn't just bargain with the land for safety. They made a deal with something far darker, something that should have stayed buried." Ellie felt her chest tighten. "Something darker?" she repeated, but the words felt foreign on her tongue. "What was it? What is it?" Luca's gaze flicked toward the gravestones surrounding them, his eyes clouded with memories he didn't want to relive. "We don't know, exactly. No one alive does. But it's old, older than Hollow Ridge, older than any of us. The land is its prison, and the pact kept it bound. Every 25 years, a life was taken, a life sacrificed, and the land fed. And each time, the hunger grew a little, stronger, but it stayed beneath us, dormant, until you." Ellie's mind raced. Her thoughts jumbled. "You think I woke it up? How?" "I didn't." "You didn't have a choice," Luca interrupted, his voice tight with urgency. "But by breaking the cycle, by forcing the land to remember, you've broken its chains. The hunger is awake now, Ellie. It's aware." The realization hit her like a fist to the stomach. She hadn't just freed herself from the curse, she had freed it. "Then what do we do?" Ellie asked, her voice trembling. "How do we stop it? We can't let it get out." Luca's gaze turned darker, more resigned. "We don't stop it. Not completely. But we can delay it. We can keep it at bay, keep the town from falling under its power again. The only way to do that now is to face it, to confront the thing beneath the earth before it reaches the surface." The weight of his words hung in the air, and for a moment Ellie thought she might collapse under the strain. The town was on the edge, teetering on the brink of something far worse than she could have imagined. The land's hunger was awake, and it would not be satisfied until it claimed everything. "I don't even know what we're facing," Ellie said, her voice breaking. "How can we fight something we don't even understand?" Luca's eyes were steady as he looked at her, but the fear behind them was undeniable. "That's the problem. No one truly knows what's beneath us. All we know is that it was sealed away for a reason. And if we don't act, it will break free. We can't let it consume Hollow Ridge, Ellie. The land has already chosen. You're the key to it all." Ellie stepped back, shaking her head. No, I can't be. I didn't choose this. You were chosen because of your connection to the land," Luca said quietly, his voice full of regret. "The grief, the guilt, the land feeds off it. It knew you would break the cycle. And now you're the one who has to finish what Isaac Cross started." Ellie's chest tightened, and for a moment she thought she might suffocate under the weight of it all. The land had chosen her. But for what? To break the curse, to save the town, or to sacrifice everything she had left? But deep down, Ellie knew the answer. The hunger had already begun, and she had no choice now but to face it. There was no escaping the consequences of what she had done, and there was only one way to stop it from claiming Hollow Ridge once and for all. "I'll do it," she said, her voice steady now, despite the chaos in her mind. "I'll face it. Whatever it is, whatever is beneath us, I'll stop it." Luca nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. "There's a place, an old chapel, deep in the woods. It's where the settlers performed their rituals, where Isaac Cross made the pact. That's where you'll find the answers." Ellie's pulse quickened. "The answers? What answers?" "The answers about the thing that's buried beneath us," Luca said. "The land is calling to you because of what you've awakened, but it won't give you the truth until you confront it, and the chapel is the key." Ellie felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The chapel, another place tied to the curse, another place where Hollow Ridge's dark past waited. It was there, in the shadow of those forgotten walls, that she would find out what the land had been hiding all these years. But she wasn't afraid. Not anymore. She was tired of running from the past. She was tired of being consumed by the guilt, by the grief. It was time to face what had always been lurking beneath. "I'm ready," Ellie said, her voice steady. She turned to face Luca, the weight of their shared history between them. "Let's go." Luca led her through the woods, the air growing colder with each step, the fog closing in around them like a living thing. The trees seemed to close ranks, casting long shadows in the moonlight, and the world felt unnervingly quiet, as if the land itself was waiting for them. The chapel was ahead, just beyond the curve of the path, hidden deep in the heart of the forest. It loomed, half covered in vines and moss, its stone walls cracked and weathered by the centuries. As they approached, Ellie felt a strange pressure in her chest, as though the earth was pulling her closer, urging her to step inside. She couldn't
explain it, but the land was calling to her. It knew she was here. It knew she was the one who had broken the cycle, and now she would face what had been waiting all this time.
The chapel stood before Ellie like a forgotten monument to a time long past, its weathered stone walls covered in creeping vines and moss, making it look more like a part of the land than something built upon it. The moonlight filtered through, the trees casting long, eerie shadows across the darkened ground. Every step toward it felt heavier, as though the earth itself was trying to keep her from entering. Luca walked beside her, his face drawn tight with a mixture of fear and resignation. "This is where the truth lies, Ellie. What happens inside will determine everything. If you're truly ready to face it, there's no turning back." Ellie's breath caught in her throat, the weight of his words sinking deep into her chest. She had thought she was prepared to face whatever the land held in its depths. But now, standing at the threshold of this forgotten chapel, she could feel the tremors of doubt creeping into her resolve. "I'm ready," she whispered, though the words felt hollow. She had no choice now. The cycle had been broken, but it hadn't ended. She had awoken the hunger, and it was hers to face. Luca didn't respond. He simply pushed open the chapel's heavy, rusted doors with a groan, revealing the darkened interior. The air inside was thick with the scent of old wood, damp earth, and something metallic, something familiar, something that stung the back of her throat. As they entered, the doors creaked shut behind them, cutting off any remaining light from the outside world. Ellie's eyes adjusted to the dim, flickering light of candles, their flames casting long shadows against the walls. The chapel's interior was empty, save for the remnants of what appeared to be an ancient altar. Worn stone, etched with symbols she didn't recognize, dark stains that had long since become part of the very fabric of the building. It felt wrong. The air was charged, thick with history, with a weight that Ellie couldn't explain. It was as though the chapel itself had been waiting for her, as if it had known that one day someone would come to confront what had been buried beneath it. All these years, Luca stepped forward, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is where the ritual began, where the pact was made, the altar. This is where they offered the first sacrifice. And it's where you'll face the land's hunger now." Ellie's heart pounded in her chest as she stepped closer to the altar, feeling the pull of something ancient, something alive beneath her feet. The earth trembled again, but this time it wasn't a gentle shake. It was as if something was stirring beneath them, waking up. The ground cracked beneath her, and Ellie staggered back, her pulse racing as the chapel walls seemed to close in around her. Shadows shifted in the corners of the room, growing longer, deeper, until they merged into one dark, indistinct form. "You've come," a voice intoned, low and guttural, reverberating through the stone walls. It was not a voice she recognized, but it felt familiar, ancient. It was the land itself, speaking through something darker. Ellie's breath caught in her throat as she turned to face the source of the voice. There, emerging from the shadows, was a figure, tall, cloaked in darkness, its face obscured by a hood. The figure seemed to loom over her, filling the space with a presence so vast, so all-encompassing that she felt small, insignificant beneath it. "You," the figure said, its voice echoing like the rumble of distant thunder. "You are the one who awakened the hunger, the one who chose to break the cycle, and now you will pay the price." Ellie took a step back, fear racing through her veins. "I didn't mean to. I wanted to stop it. I wanted to stop the curse." The figure's hood shifted, and for the briefest of moments, Ellie thought she saw something glowing beneath the fabric, eyes, or perhaps something deeper, something ancient and unsettling. The curse is not the true enemy. The true enemy is the hunger beneath the earth, the thing you have stirred, and now you must face it. Luca moved behind her, his hand resting on her shoulder, his touch grounding her in the midst of the terror threatening to overwhelm her. "Ellie," he whispered, "this is what I meant. The land, the hunger, the curse, it all comes from one place, one being." Ellie's heart raced. "What do you mean? What is it? What's down there?" The figure tilted its head, the hooded face revealing nothing but a deep, inky blackness. "The land is not merely soil. It is not just a place. It is the gateway to what lies beneath. It is a seal, a prison. The hunger is the guardian of that prison, the keeper of what has been kept below, and now you have undone the seal." Ellie's body went cold as realization dawned. The hunger wasn't just a part of the curse, it was the curse. It was the entity tied to the land, the thing that had been bound by the pact. The sacrifice, the land's need for pain and grief, it was all to keep this being sealed beneath the earth. The figure took a step forward, its presence growing stronger, filling the chapel with a suffocating pressure. Now that you have broken the cycle, the seal has weakened. The hunger is free to feed once more, and it will not stop until it is satiated, until it has consumed everything. Ellie's knees wobbled beneath her as the weight of the figure's words pressed down on her. Her pulse hammered in her chest, her breath shallow. "How do we stop it? How do we seal it again?" The figure's laugh was low, rumbling, like the sound of stones grinding against each other. "You cannot. You cannot undo what has been done. You can only choose. Let the hunger feast, or give yourself as its offering." Ellie's stomach twisted as the true meaning of its words sank in. The hunger had been freed, but the price had already been paid. She had broken the cycle, awakened it, and now it demanded a sacrifice. Her mind raced, the options running through her head like a blur. She couldn't let the hunger consume everything. But could she truly offer herself as the price? Was this the only way? And then, in the midst of the chaos in her mind, a single memory surfaced, her great-aunt's journal, the warning she had, written, "The land will take, and the cycle will start again." Ellie took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing as the figure loomed before her. She wasn't done yet. She wasn't going to let this land, this hunger, win. There had to be another. "Way, is this my only choice?" Ellie asked, her voice steady despite the fear threatening to break her. "To become the offering? To give myself to the land?" The figure stepped closer, its dark presence suffocating. "It is the price you must pay, child. The land demands it." Ellie's heart raced. She wasn't ready to make that choice, not yet. There had to be something else. Something the land had overlooked, something the hunger had missed. And then, as if answering her silent plea, a voice broke through the air. A voice she hadn't heard in what felt like an eternity. "Ellie." It was Finn's voice. faint but unmistakable. The land had taken him, but his voice still echoed in her mind. Remember what I told you. The land takes, but it can be stopped. Her heart skipped a beat. The hunger, the land. It wasn't about offering herself. It was about understanding the land's true nature. The decision wasn't about sacrifice. It was about breaking the bond, breaking the pact. Ellie took a step forward, her voice firm. I refuse to be the offering. I'll break the cycle, once and for all. The figure stilled, the air around them thickening with anticipation. Land was watching, the hunger was waiting, and Ellie would face it. The figure before Ellie, cloaked in shadows, stood silent for a long moment, as if gauging her resolve. The air around her seemed to hum with an unseen energy, thick and oppressive, as though the very ground beneath her feet was holding its breath. The hunger that had been awakened was waiting for her to make the wrong move, to give in to the ancient pact that had kept the land and its darkness bound for so long. But Ellie wasn't ready to surrender. Not yet. I'm not offering. Myself, Ellie said, her voice steady despite the panic she could feel rising in her chest. You want a sacrifice, but it won't be me. I won't be part of this curse anymore. The figure's presence seemed to grow, a swirling mass of shadows and cold, but its face remained obscured. The darkness that surrounded it was almost palpable, like a storm ready to break. You think you can break free? The voice that came from it was hollow, void of any emotion, but its power was undeniable. The land has claimed you. You cannot escape the pact. No one can. Ellie's mind raced, every instinct telling her to run, but something in her gut screamed that running was no longer an option. There was nowhere left to hide. This land, this curse, it had followed her, had shaped her life in ways she hadn't even fully realized until now. But if she was going to break free, she would have to confront the truth. And that meant stepping into the heart of it. The heart of the town. The words echoed in her mind, a memory from earlier conversations with Luca and Sarah. The heart. The place where the curse had been born. The chapel, the land. It all tied back to something older, something deeper. The hunger wasn't just tied to the land. It was tied to the town's very foundation, to the first blood spilled when Hollow Ridge was founded. Where is it? Ellie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure's shadowed form tilted slightly, as if considering her words. Where is what? It asked, a dark amusement in its tone. The heart of the town, Ellie said, her voice firm. The place where it all began. You said I couldn't break the curse, but I know the truth now. The pact was never just a sacrifice. It was a binding, and you were never supposed to have control over this town, not forever. A low laugh reverberated. In the figure's hollow body, like stones tumbling in a cave, you know nothing, Ellie Crane. The land claims what is given to it. The pact, the offerings, they ensure the town's survival. The heart of this town is tied to the hunger, to me. And you, like everyone before you, will be consumed by it. Ellie felt her chest tighten, her pulse quickening, but she refused to falter. She understood now. The pact had always been about control. Control over Hollow Ridge and its people. But that control had been forged through grief, through fear, through sacrifice. And for that to end, for the curse to finally be broken, she had to sever the chain that tied the land to the hunger. She glanced at Luca, who had remained silent at her side, his expression darkened with the weight of everything they had learned together. He knew what had to be done. He had always known. We need to go to the center of Hollow Ridge, Ellie said, more to Luca than to the figure standing before her. The heart of the town, the place where the ritual was first begun. It's where the land's hunger is bound. Luca nodded. his eyes filled with understanding. It's the only place left where the pact can be undone. But it won't be easy. The hunger won't let you go without a fight. Ellie turned back to the figure, her gaze unwavering. Then I'll fight it. We all will. The figure's shadow writhed in response, the air crackling with a sudden surge of energy. You think you can fight me? You think you can fight the hunger? The land will devour you. It has already claimed your brother. It will claim you too. Ellie flinched at the mention of Finn's name, the grief threatening to choke her again. But she didn't let the pain swallow her. Instead, she took a step forward, standing tall. No, she said, her voice stronger than ever. You can't have me. You can't have any of us. This ends now. The figure's eyes flared with dark power, and for a moment the chapel seemed to bend and warp around her. The walls shook, the ground trembled beneath her feet, and the air filled with a deafening roar. It felt as though the land itself was screaming, furious at her defiance. The hunger beneath them stirred, awakening fully, stretching its dark tendrils toward her, reaching for her very soul. But Ellie stood firm, her hands clenched at her sides, her mind focused on one thing: the heart of Hollow Ridge, the place where it had all started, the place where it could all end. Luca stepped up beside her, his face grim but resolute. It's the old well, Ellie. The one at the center of the town. The one where the first settlers buried the thing beneath. Ellie turned to him, her heart racing. The well, she whispered. It's where they buried it. Luca nodded. It's the only place where the hunger can be sealed again. But the price is steep. It will take everything from you. Ellie didn't hesitate. Then, let's go. They turned and made their way through the darkened chapel, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. The figure's presence loomed behind them, its whispers swirling around her like a tangible force. But Ellie didn't turn back. She didn't need to. She knew what she had to do. The hunger had been waiting for this moment. It had been waiting for her to awaken it, to make the final choice. And now she would face it. Outside, the night was still. The wind had died down, leaving only the sound of their footsteps as they made their way toward the town's center. The town that had been built on a pact of sacrifice, on the back of pain and loss. The town that had been feeding the hunger beneath for generations. But tonight the cycle would end, and Hollow Ridge would finally be free. The town of Hollow Ridge seemed to hold its breath as Ellie and Luca made their way through the darkened streets. The houses loomed on either side, their windows dark, the streetlights flickering sporadically as if the town itself were trying to shake off a long, unwelcome sleep. The wind was still now, and the air was thick with the scent of earth, damp and heavy, pressing down on them like a physical weight. It felt like they were walking through a dream, a nightmare more accurately. And no matter how much she willed herself to move forward, Ellie couldn't shake the feeling that the town itself was aware of them. It was watching, waiting. The cobblestone streets beneath their feet were slick with mist, and the oppressive silence stretched on, broken only by the sound of their footsteps. As they passed through the town square, Ellie's gaze flicked to the old church spire that rose up against the dark sky. She couldn't help but feel a strange sense of foreboding. Everything in Hollow Ridge felt wrong now. She was no longer just a visitor, a stranger looking for answers. She had become a part of the town's history, a thread woven into the fabric of its curse. And now, she had to undo what had been done, or at least face it. I think we're getting close, Luca murmured, his voice low, as if speaking too loudly would disrupt the delicate balance of the night. He led her through a narrow alley, past old, crumbling buildings that seemed to close in around them. The air was getting heavier with each step. Ellie could feel the weight of it pressing down on her chest, the anticipation of what was to come tightening around her like a vice. "Where exactly is the well?" Ellie asked, her voice barely audible, her throat tight with nerves. They had talked about it earlier, but now that they were so close, the reality of it was setting in. "Straight ahead," Luca said, pointing through the mist ahead of them. Ellie squinted, her eyes straining to see through the heavy fog, but the mist seemed to blur everything into a vague, unsettling haze. "It's in the center of the town, buried beneath the ground for centuries. The first settlers, Isaac Cross and the others, they dug it deep, buried whatever they were trying to keep locked away." Ellie nodded, but her mind was a whirl of thoughts and emotions. The hunger, the land, the pact. Everything had led to this moment. She had already broken the cycle by confronting the grief, by confronting her past, but she knew it wasn't enough. The hunger still loomed beneath the earth fed by centuries of sacrifice, and if it wasn't sealed, it would consume Hollow Ridge and her. "Ellie," Luca's voice cut through her thoughts, sharp and urgent. "I need you to be ready for what we might find." She turned to him, and for the first time since their journey began, she saw true fear in his eyes. Not fear of the land, not fear of what had been buried, but fear of what she was about to face. "I'm ready," Ellie said, though her voice trembled, betraying the doubt that lingered in her chest. Luca gave her a tight, almost sad smile. "You don't have to do this alone, but this is the only way." They reached the center of the town, where the streets converged into an open square. At the very heart of it, partially hidden by the overgrown vines and wild vegetation, stood an old, weathered stone structure, its purpose long forgotten, its significance buried beneath years of decay. Ellie's breath caught in her throat. She could feel it now, the pulsing energy, the unmistakable presence beneath the ground. It was like the town itself had been waiting for them to arrive, and now, as they stood at the center, she could almost hear the land, the hunger, stirring. Luca moved forward, stepping toward the stone structure. It was a well, old and cracked, the stonework worn from centuries of exposure. The stones were blackened and chipped, as if the earth had tried to reclaim them. "This is it," Luca whispered. "This is where the first sacrifice was made, where the pact was sealed." Ellie stepped closer, her heart racing, and placed her hands on the edge of the well. The air around her seemed to vibrate with an energy she couldn't understand, but could feel down to the bone. The hunger was close, so close she could almost taste it. "This is where it all began," Ellie whispered, more to herself than to Luca. Her fingers traced the ancient symbols carved into the stone, symbols she now recognized from the chapel. They had been part of the ritual, part of the pact. "And this is where it ends." Luca stood behind her, his gaze never leaving the well. "If we do this, if we break the seal, we can't undo it. The hunger won't be stopped by simple words or rituals. It feeds on pain, on grief, and on the choices we make. This will either stop it or feed it." Ellie closed her eyes, her fingers still tracing the symbols on the well. She could feel it now, the hunger. It wasn't just the land. It was something ancient, something that had been tied to her grief, to her guilt. And now, standing here, she understood the price it demanded. To truly end it, to sever the pact once and for all, she had to confront the darkness that had bound her to it. "I won't feed it anymore," Ellie whispered, her voice fierce. She had faced her past. She had let go of the guilt, the grief that had kept her bound to Hollow Ridge. She was ready to let go of the last piece, the one that had haunted her all these years. Without another word, Ellie turned to face Luca. "Help me." Luca nodded, and together they began to chant the words they had uncovered, the incantation that would sever the land's hold over them. The earth around them trembled, and Ellie could feel the hunger stirring beneath them. The darkness that had lived beneath Hollow Ridge for so long was waking, stretching out toward her. It wanted to consume her, to drag her back into the cycle, but she wouldn't let it. The air grew thick as the chant reached its peak, and the ground beneath them seemed to crack open. Ellie stepped back, feeling the weight of the hunger's gaze upon her. And then, in that moment, the earth shook violently, and the world around her seemed to unravel. The land was fighting back. It didn't want to be sealed away again. But Ellie wouldn't stop. She couldn't stop. Not now. As the ground trembled and the darkness writhed, Ellie made the final decision. She pressed her palms against the well and let her heart speak the words she had never allowed herself to say. I choose to end it. With that declaration, the land responded. The hunger recoiled. The pact, centuries old, was finally broken. The well, the hunger, the curse, they all fell silent. Ellie took a deep, shaky breath, knowing it wasn't over. Not completely, but for the first time, the weight of the land's grip had loosened. Hollow Ridge was free, but at what cost? The air was still as the ground around the well settled, the last tremors of the land's fight slowly fading into an eerie quiet. Ellie stood there, her body trembling, as though she were holding her breath, waiting for the world to right itself. The hunger had been sealed, but she knew this wasn't over. Hollow Ridge would never be the same again, and neither would she. Luca stood beside her, his gaze distant, his face pale. The weight of what they had just done pressed down on them, both. The knowledge that they had disrupted something far deeper than they had ever realized. The hunger might be dormant for now, but Ellie knew it wasn't truly gone. It would always be a part of this town. It would always be tied to her. Did we do it? Ellie whispered, her voice hollow, as though she was trying to convince herself. As much as Luca. Luca didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked toward the misty horizon, the faint glow of dawn creeping in over the trees. It was beautiful, but it was also a reminder that things had changed. Things would never go back to what they were before. I think we've sealed it, Ellie, Luca said, his voice heavy, but I can't be sure. We don't know if the hunger will stay dormant for long. It's been bound for centuries, and it's only a matter of time before it stirs again. Ellie's chest tightened at his words, but before she could respond, a distant sound reached her ears, a scream. It cut through the silence, sharp and raw, full of panic. Ellie's heart skipped a beat as she turned toward the town. It wasn't far. The sound had come from the direction of Maggie's house. Maggie, Ellie breathed, her pulse quickening. She didn't wait for Luca to say anything. She turned and ran, her legs carrying her through the misty streets of Hollow Ridge. The weight of the night's events felt like a burden on her chest, but she didn't stop. Maggie needed her, and something told her that the scream she had heard wasn't just fear, it was a warning. Luca was close behind her, his pace matching hers, but Ellie didn't slow down. The town was eerily quiet as they ran through the streets. The fog had thickened again, wrapping around the buildings like a living thing. It felt suffocating, like the town was trying to hide its darkest secrets from them. But Ellie didn't have time to think about that now. As they reached Maggie's street, Ellie's heart skipped another beat. The door to Maggie's house was wide open. The faint light from inside cast long shadows onto the street, the house standing dark and foreboding. There was no sign of Maggie, but Ellie could feel her presence, a weight in the air like something was wrong. Maggie! Ellie called out, stepping inside, her voice cracking. The silence in the house was unnerving. Maggie, where are you? She moved deeper into the house, her eyes scanning the dark rooms. Every creak of the floorboards beneath her feet seemed to echo in the silence. The house felt different now, warmer, suffocating. Ellie's breath caught as she noticed something. On the kitchen counter, a single piece of paper, folded neatly, with her name written across the front in shaky handwriting. She picked it up with trembling hands, the paper cold to the touch, and unfolded it. The words were rushed, jagged. "Ellie, I didn't want this. For you. I didn't want you to get involved, but it's too late now. The hunger is waking again. The land. It wants more. It wants all of us. You sealed it, but only for a time. Don't let it take me. Don't let it take any of us." The last words were underlined, as though Maggie had written them in a panic. Ellie's heart raced as she read them over and over, each word burning into her mind. The hunger, the land, it wasn't over, not by a long shot. "Maggie!" Ellie shouted again, her voice desperate, but it was drowned by the eerie quiet of the house. There was no reply. Suddenly, Ellie heard a sound, a muffled cry from upstairs. It was faint, but it was unmistakable. Luca's eyes locked with hers, and without a word, they both dashed up the stairs. Ellie's breath came in shallow gasps as she moved toward the hallway, her mind racing with every possible scenario. The hunger was still out there. It had never truly been sealed, and now, it seemed, it had found a new target. At the end of the hallway, Ellie stopped in her tracks. The door to Maggie's bedroom was wide open, and inside, she saw Maggie standing. By the window, her back turned to them. Her shoulders were shaking, her hands gripping the windowsill as though she were holding herself upright. "Maggie?" Ellie called softly, stepping into the room. "Maggie, what's going on?" Maggie didn't respond. She just stood there, frozen, staring out of the window, her face pale and gaunt. Ellie's stomach churned as she approached, a cold knot of fear settling deep inside her. There was something wrong with Maggie, something that Ellie couldn't quite place. "Maggie," Ellie repeated, her voice trembling with concern. Maggie turned slowly, and when she did, Ellie's blood ran cold. Her eyes were wide and vacant, hollow, as if something was missing inside her. There was no recognition in them, no trace of the woman Ellie had come to know. "Maggie, what happened?" Ellie whispered, her voice breaking. Maggie's lips parted, but instead of words, a low, guttural growl came from deep within her chest. Her body twitched, spasmed, as though something was trying to take control. And then, as Ellie took a step forward, Maggie's voice, no longer her own, whispered, "It's here, the hunger. It's inside me, and it's coming for you, Ellie." Ellie's heart stopped, and in that instant she realized the terrifying truth. The hunger hadn't just been bound beneath the town, it had seeped into the very people of Hollow Ridge. Maggie wasn't just afraid, she had been taken, and the hunger wasn't done with them yet. Ellie stood frozen in the doorway, her breath caught in her throat as she stared at Maggie. The woman who had once been so full of life, so full of compassion, was now a hollow shell, her eyes wide and empty, her body twitching with unnatural jerks. The voice that came from her was not Maggie's own. It was distorted, guttural, like something that had clawed its way from the depths of the earth itself. "It's here," Maggie whispered, her voice strained and broken, as though she were fighting for control. "The hunger, it's inside me." Ellie's heart pounded in her chest. She wanted to rush forward, to shake Maggie, to pull her out of this nightmare. But something in her gut told her that it wasn't just Maggie standing in front of her anymore. It wasn't just the town's curse playing its twisted game. The hunger, the thing beneath the land, had found its way inside, had taken root in her friend. "No," Ellie whispered, stepping back, her legs shaky, as though the floor beneath her was giving way. "No, Maggie, please. Fight it. Fight them." But Maggie's body convulsed again, and her head snapped back, her neck arching at an unnatural angle. The guttural growl that came from her throat grew louder, more forceful, as though she were being torn apart from the inside out. Ellie's heart sank, and for the first time she realized the horror of the hunger's reach. It wasn't satisfied with the land. It needed more. The hunger had claimed its first victim in Hollow Ridge, Maggie. But Ellie knew she couldn't let it claim more. She couldn't let it swallow them whole. The town had already been the breeding ground for this curse, but now the hunger had become something worse. It had become personal. And if it wasn't stopped, if it wasn't contained, it would destroy everything. Luca stepped forward, his expression grim, his voice barely a whisper. It's using her. It's taking her completely. But she's still in there, Ellie. I know it. Ellie's eyes flicked to him, her mind racing. What do we do? How do we stop it? Luca's face was pale, the weight of what they were witnessing pressing down on him. We can't stop it by force. The hunger feeds on us. But if we can force Maggie to remember, if we can make her recall the truth, recall the choice she made, we might be able to break the hold. Ellie's mind swirled with disbelief. You think I can reach her? After all this? After everything that's happened? Luca nodded slowly. The hunger works through the memories of the town. It feeds on what we've lost, what we've buried. But if Maggie can remember who she was, if she can remember her bond to you, to the town, maybe, just maybe, we can pull her back. Ellie's heart ached. Maggie, her best friend, the one person who had tried to help her. She couldn't lose her. Not like this. Maggie, Ellie said, her voice soft but desperate. Maggie, listen to me. You are not this thing. You are not what it's turning you into. You're stronger than this. Maggie's body stilled for a moment, and for a brief second, Ellie thought she saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. But then, her head tilted back again, her mouth opening wide, a shrill scream erupting from deep within her chest. The sound was deafening, the walls of the house shaking as though the very air was being torn apart. Ellie's heart clenched. No! Ellie cried, stepping closer, reaching out toward her friend. Maggie, fight it. I know you're still in there. Remember who you are. For a moment, there was nothing but the shrieking, the guttural growl. But then, through the haze of darkness, Maggie's voice, weak, strained, pushed through. Ellie, I can't. Ellie's heart skipped a beat. She stepped forward again, her hands shaking as she reached for Maggie's, her fingers brushing against the cold, clammy skin. You can, Ellie whispered, her voice cracking. You're stronger than this, we're stronger than this. Maggie's body convulsed again, the hunger surging beneath her skin. But this time, Ellie felt a flicker, a spark, faint but undeniable. The voice inside Maggie struggled to break free, to reach her. Maggie, I'm right here, Ellie said, her voice firm, even as fear clawed at her chest. You're not alone. Fight it, please. I need you. The room seemed to darken as the presence inside Maggie grew, but Ellie held on, willing her friend to remember, to fight back against the curse that had taken root in her body. And then, with a sharp, ragged gasp, Maggie's body went still. Her eyes, still vacant, still clouded with the hunger's grip, locked onto Ellie. For a moment, there was nothing. The silence stretched out. And then, slowly, Maggie spoke, her voice barely a whisper, raw and broken. Ellie, it won't stop. It won't ever stop. Ellie's pulse quickened. What do you mean, Maggie? Maggie's eyes flickered, and for a brief moment it seemed like the light inside her was returning. It's in me. It's in all of us. The hunger. It never leaves. It just waits until someone else feeds it. Until someone else becomes the next sacrifice. Ellie's heart sank as the words hit her, each one like a stone thrown into the depths of her soul. She had broken the cycle. She had fought the hunger. sealed it beneath the earth again. But Maggie's words were a brutal reminder. The hunger was not easily contained. It was not a force that could be defeated with a single choice, a single act. It was ancient. It was relentless. It fed on them. "Maggie," Ellie whispered, tears stinging her eyes. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry this happened to you." Maggie's lips trembled as she tried to speak again, but the words caught in her throat. She collapsed forward, her body crumpling into Ellie's arms. Her head fell against Ellie's shoulder, and Ellie could feel her friend's breath, ragged, shallow against her skin. For a moment, everything seemed to stop. The hunger, the land, the curse. They all seemed to quiet, as though the town itself had paused to reflect on the terrible truth. Ellie held Maggie tight, her own tears mingling with her friends. She didn't know how to fix this. She didn't know if there was a way to truly stop the hunger from claiming any more lives. But one thing was certain. She couldn't walk away from this fight. Not when Hollow Ridge was still a battleground. Not when the hunger had learned how to wear the faces of those she loved. Ellie stood motionless, her arms still wrapped around Maggie, the weight of her friend's limp body pressing down on her like an anchor, pulling her into the murky depths of despair. The hunger had claimed Maggie. There was no doubt about it, now. And yet, beneath that pain, beneath the terror of seeing her best friend consumed by something she couldn't fully understand, Ellie felt a spark, a flicker of defiance. The hunger had tried to claim her too. It had claimed Finn. It had claimed so many others in Hollow Ridge. But Ellie wasn't going to let it win. Not now. Not when the town, when her people, were still in its grasp. She had been so close to believing she could end it, believing the hunger was finally contained. But Maggie's words echoed in her mind. It never leaves. It just waits until someone else feeds it. And that was the brutal truth. The hunger was not something that could be destroyed. It was not something that could be ended with a simple choice. No, it would always find a way to return. The land itself was a prison for the hunger, but it was a prison bound by time, by cycles, by the land's own twisted rules. Ellie's grip on Maggie tightened, and she looked around the dimly lit room. The walls seemed to press in on them, the silence thick and suffocating, like the town was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. The hunger was still there, waiting for its next feast. Luca stood in the doorway, his face pale, his eyes filled with the same sorrow that Ellie felt deep in her chest. He had seen what the hunger could do, had witnessed its power firsthand. But this was different. This time, it had taken someone close to Ellie, someone who had fought beside her. "Maggie. Maggie, please," Ellie whispered, her voice breaking as she gently rocked her friend in her arms. "Don't let it take you. Please, fight it. Fight back." Maggie's body twitched in response, but her eyes remained hollow, empty. The hunger had consumed her completely, but there was still a flicker of Maggie in there, just beyond reach. Luca's voice broke the silence, his words filled with regret. "You can't save her, Ellie. Not like this. Not when the hunger's taken hold." Ellie's heart thudded painfully in her chest. "Then what am I supposed to do, Luca? Just let it take her? Let it take all of us?" Luca's face darkened, his eyes grim. "You know what needs to be done. The hunger needs to be fed. If you don't stop it, if you don't give it what it wants, it will never leave this town. It will consume everything." Ellie shook her head, violently, refusing to accept that there was no other way. No, there has to be another way. There has to be something we can do. I won't let it have her. Not Maggie. Not anyone. Luca stepped closer, his voice heavy with the burden of what he knew. It's not about letting it have them, Ellie. The hunger will take what it is owed. You can't outrun it. You can't escape it. It feeds on grief, on guilt. But more than that, it feeds on sacrifice. And the only way to end this, the only way to stop it, is to give. Ellie's eyes widened as the full weight of his words hit her. Sacrifice? What are you talking about? Luca's expression softened, but there was something resigned in his gaze. The hunger doesn't just feed on the dead, Ellie. It feeds on the living. The cycle requires someone who is willing to offer themselves to it. You are the one who can end this. The land has chosen you. The hunger will not let go unless you feed it. Ellie took a step back, her breath coming in ragged gasps. No, I won't. You don't have a choice, Luca said softly. The hunger has claimed Maggie. It's claimed this town for centuries. It's bound to you, to all of us, through the pact made so long ago. And now it's your turn to decide. You can give yourself, end the curse, and save the town. Or you can let the hunger grow until it consumes us all. The room seemed to spin, Ellie's legs weakening beneath her as the weight of what Luca had just said settled into her chest. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The hunger wasn't a beast that could be killed. It was a force that demanded a price. And now, Ellie had to decide whether she would pay it. No, she whispered, her voice trembling. I can't. Luca's eyes softened, but there was a sorrow in them that Ellie could no longer ignore. You already made the choice, Ellie. When you broke the cycle, when you chose to face the land's hunger head-on, you made this choice. The hunger has fed on us for too long. It's your blood, your grief that it needs now. You are the key to ending it. Ellie shook her head, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Maggie, her friend still trapped in the clutches of the hunger. She couldn't leave her, not like this. But could she really offer herself to the land? Could she really sacrifice herself knowing that it would end the curse? I can't, Ellie whispered, her voice breaking. I can't leave them all. I can't leave you. Luca stepped forward, his hand on her shoulder, the weight of his touch grounding her. This isn't about leaving, Ellie. It's about saving the ones you love. It's about freeing them from the land's hunger. You're not just giving yourself to it. You're freeing Hollow Ridge from its grip. And the ones you love, the ones who are still here, they'll finally be able to live. Ellie's mind spun as she took a shaky breath, her eyes flicking to Maggie, to Luca, to the land beneath her feet. She could feel it, that oppressive weight in the air, the hunger clawing at her, waiting for her to make a decision. The land had already claimed so many. It had claimed her brother. It had claimed Maggie. And now, it was asking for her. It wasn't about running anymore. It wasn't about fighting against it. It was about sacrifice. Her hands trembled as she stepped closer to Maggie, her voice breaking as she whispered, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Then, with a final shuddering breath, Ellie closed her eyes, and in that moment, the hunger took her. Ellie stood in darkness. At least, that's how it felt, though her senses were aware of something else, something that defied her understanding. The weight of the hunger had been lifted from her, but it wasn't gone. It had simply moved, shifted, in its form, as if it had always been a part of her, like a shadow that clung to her skin. It wasn't just about the land anymore, not about Hollow Ridge. The hunger was not bound by geography or the curse. It was bound to something far more intimate, her grief, her choices, her sacrifices. And now it was fading. Ellie couldn't say how much time had passed, but the sensation of weightlessness, of stillness, enveloped her. It was as though the world around her was holding its breath, waiting for her to understand. A deep, suffocating silence stretched out, as though the earth itself had stopped spinning, Then, the darkness seemed to fracture. It wasn't light, not at first. It was warmth. A faint warmth that spread outward from the depths of her chest, like the first rays of a morning sun creeping through a long, dark night. The warmth was pulsing, a steady rhythm that felt like a heartbeat, but not her own. It was the land's heartbeat. The land was no longer hungry, but there was still something else here. Ellie tried to move, to speak, but her limbs felt as though they were made of stone. It wasn't painful, just a sense of heavy stillness that made her feel like she was suspended between time and reality. But as the warmth grew, so did the awareness that she wasn't alone. "You did it," a voice whispered in the distance. It was Luca's voice, but different. Faint, distant, almost like an echo. Ellie's thoughts raced, but she couldn't find the words to speak. Her body felt foreign, detached. She was no longer sure if she was even in her body anymore. Was she alive? Was she still in Hollow Ridge? She remembered the sacrifice, the decision to give herself to the land, to feed the hunger so that it would stop consuming the town. But she didn't feel it, the sharp sting of loss or fear she had expected. There was only an empty, surreal kind of peace. "You freed them, Ellie," Luca's voice continued, now clearer, closer. Ellie opened her eyes, or at least she thought she did. The darkness was gone, replaced by an overwhelming, ethereal light. She couldn't see her surroundings at first, but she could feel them. Trees, the earth, the land pulsing beneath her. The warmth she had felt before was now all-encompassing, spreading through the soil beneath her and into the sky above. And then she saw it. Hollow Ridge. Not as she had ever known it, but as it could have been. Vibrant, alive, the trees full of leaves, the air rich with life. The old chapel stood in the distance, untouched by time, and the streets, once decayed and crumbling, were now teeming with energy. People walked along the roads, laughing, talking. Their faces were unfamiliar, but their smiles were the same. Bright, unburdened, free. And then, the fog, the thick, choking fog that had always hung over the town, began to lift. Slowly, the mist vanished, revealing the beauty of the town. Beneath, the life returning to Hollow Ridge, the curse finally released. Ellie's breath caught in her throat. She wasn't just seeing it, she was feeling it. She could sense the change in the land, in the very ground beneath her. It was as though a sickness had been lifted, a weight released. And in its place, there was a sense of rebirth. The land was no longer tied to the hunger. The town was no longer feeding it. "You've saved them." Luca's voice was now a comforting presence, warm and gentle. "But you've also freed yourself, Ellie. You've freed Hollow Ridge." Ellie tried to speak, but no words came. She wanted to ask how, why. She wanted to understand what had just happened. But the answers weren't here yet. Luca's voice echoed again. "The cycle is broken, Ellie, but there is something you must know." The world around her seemed to shimmer. And then, out of the light, she saw him, Finn. His face was soft, peaceful, and yet there was something in his eyes that spoke of quiet wisdom, of understanding. He stood just outside the glow, like a figure from a dream, watching her with that familiar, knowing gaze. "You came for me," Finn said, his voice soft, but filled with a depth Ellie had never heard before. "And in doing so, you saved us all." Her heart skipped a beat as she took a hesitant step toward him. "Finn, how?" He smiled, but there was a sadness in his eyes, as though he understood more than she could. The hunger needed to be fed, but it wasn't just the town's sacrifice that ended it. It was your choice, Ellie, your willingness to let go, to release your grief and guilt, to finally set it all down. That broke the chains. You didn't just free the town, you freed yourself. The weight in Ellie's chest seemed to lift, the emptiness of her sacrifice slowly filling with something else. Peace. understanding. The land had been bound to her grief for so long, and now that she had released it, she had broken the hungers. Hold on, Hollow Ridge. She had undone the pact that had bound it for generations. I couldn't let go, Ellie said softly, the tears she had been holding back now falling freely. I didn't think I could live without it, without the memory of you, of all of it. Finn's smile softened. You will always remember me, Ellie, but you don't have to carry the weight of it anymore. That's what makes you free. Ellie reached out, her hand trembling as she reached for him, but just as her fingers brushed the air, Finn began to fade. No, she whispered, panic rising in her chest. Don't go. Please. You've done it, Finn said, his voice fading. With the light. I'll always be with you, Ellie. But now you can live. The land can live. It's your time now. Live. With a final soft smile, Finn vanished into the light, leaving Ellie standing in the center of the reborn town. The mist had cleared completely now, and the streets of Hollow Ridge were alive with the sound of laughter, the hum of life. The hunger was gone, the cycle was over. The curse that had haunted the town for so long was finally broken. Ellie stood in the heart of it all, no longer a victim of the land's hunger, but a part of the healing. She was free, and Hollow Ridge was free. The weight of the past had been released, but Ellie knew that this freedom came with a new responsibility, one she wasn't yet sure how to embrace, but one she was ready to take on. She had faced the darkness. She had faced the hunger. And now she would help guide Hollow Ridge into the light, but the town's rebirth, the land's healing, it would take time. It would take love, forgiveness, and the strength to remember what had come before, without being bound by it. And as Ellie stood there, gazing out at the town she had saved, she finally understood. The land had been broken, but it was also reborn, just like her. The sun had risen over Hollow Ridge, its golden rays piercing through the trees and illuminating the streets that had long been shrouded in mist. The air felt different now, lighter, freer. It was as if the town had taken its first breath in centuries. The land that had been bound by an insatiable hunger, a dark force that had clawed at its people for generations, was now at peace. But Ellie knew that peace wasn't a simple gift. It had been earned through sacrifice, through pain, through choices that would forever shape the town's future. She stood in the town square, her heart still heavy with the weight of the past. But the weight was no longer suffocating. It was more like a memory, a shadow that lingered, but no longer controlled her every breath. Hollow Ridge had been freed, but so had she. Luca approached her slowly, his footsteps soft on the newly paved path. The town was beginning to wake, the people stirring from their homes, blinking in the light of a new day. They hadn't seen what Ellie had seen, hadn't felt the shift in the air, the change in the earth beneath their feet. But they would. They had to. The rebirth of Hollow Ridge was more than just the lifting of a curse. It was a call to remember. How do you feel? Luca's voice broke through her thoughts, pulling her from her reverie. Ellie turned to face him, a small, tired smile tugging at her lips. I'm not sure yet, she admitted, her voice soft, but filled with a quiet strength. I think I'm still processing it all. Luca nodded, his eyes scanning the town. It's hard to believe it's finally over, isn't it? That the hunger is gone, that the cycle is broken. Ellie took a deep breath, her gaze moving over the familiar streets. It doesn't feel real, not yet, but I think the town needs to know what really happened. They need to understand what we've broken. They'll need time, Luca said, his voice full of understanding. The land's hunger has been a part of Hollow Ridge for so long that it's woven into the fabric of everything here. People will need to come to terms with it, with what they've lost and what they've gained. Ellie felt a twinge of guilt deep in her chest. The town had suffered. So many lives had been lost. So many people had been sacrificed. But they hadn't known. They hadn't understood the cost of the land's pact. Ellie had lived with that cost for so long. But now that the hunger was gone, the truth of it felt almost unbearable. "I have to tell them," Ellie said firmly, her voice steady. "They deserve to know. They deserve to know what's been happening to them all these years. And they need to know that it doesn't have to be like this anymore." Luca's gaze softened and he nodded. "You're right. They need to know. But not just about the curse. They need to know about what Hollow Ridge can become, about the future. The hunger isn't just gone. The land is free, Ellie, but so are we." Ellie turned to face him fully, meeting his eyes. There was something in his gaze, something more than just the shared history they had, something that felt like understanding, like an unspoken bond forged in the heat of the battle they had fought together. "We can rebuild," she said, more to herself than to him. "We can make this town something more than what it's been, something better." Luca smiled, a hint of warmth returning to his eyes. "I think that's exactly what Hollow Ridge needs. A new beginning, a chance to make up for what's been lost." The sound of footsteps behind them made Ellie turn, her eyes falling on a group of people approaching. They were the town's elders, those who had lived in Hollow Ridge for as long as anyone could remember. Their faces were etched with lines of age and experience, their eyes heavy with the knowledge of the town's dark history. Ellie knew that many of them had lived in the shadow of the hunger, had accepted the curse as part of their lives without ever questioning it. But now, they were here, gathered together, as if they knew something had changed, as if they could feel the shift in the air, the change in the land. One of the elders, a woman with silver hair and sharp eyes, stepped forward. "We've heard the rumors," she said, her voice steady but laced with suspicion. "People are saying the hunger is gone, that Hollow Ridge is free, but we need to understand how and why." Ellie stepped forward, meeting the woman's gaze, her heart pounding in her chest. "It's true," she said softly, but with unwavering certainty. "The hunger is gone. The curse is broken." The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and she glanced at the others before speaking again. "And how do you know this? How can we trust you?" Ellie took a deep breath, gathering the courage she needed. This was the moment. This was where everything would change. "Because I made the sacrifice. I broke the cycle. I freed Hollow Ridge." The words hung in the air, and for a long moment no one spoke. The silence stretched, heavy and thick, as the elders processed what Ellie had just said. Some of them looked skeptical, others curious, and a few even fearful. They had lived with the hunger for so long, had accepted its presence as part of their lives. Could they really believe that it was over, that it was gone? The elder who had spoken earlier stepped forward again, her eyes softening as she looked at Ellie. You did this. You ended it." Ellie nodded, her voice steady. "I did. I made the choice to give myself to the land, to end the hunger. And it worked. The cycle is broken, but the town needs to remember. We need to understand what happened, so we can move forward, so we can rebuild." The elder's gaze softened, and for the first time, Ellie saw a flicker of something like hope in her eyes. "Then we have much to learn," she said, her voice quiet but filled with a quiet determination. "And much to rebuild." Ellie felt a wave of relief wash over her. The elders weren't rejecting the truth. They were accepting it, slowly but surely. And that was the first step toward healing, toward rebuilding Hollow Ridge. But as Ellie looked around the town square, at the people starting to gather, she knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy. There would be resistance. There would be fear. But there was also hope. The hunger had been a part of this town for so long that it had shaped its identity. Now, Ellie had to help Hollow Ridge find a new one. Luca's voice broke her from her thoughts. This is just the beginning, Ellie. The hunger is gone, but the real work starts now. Ellie nodded, her gaze shifting toward the horizon. The sun had risen fully, and the light was warm, golden, filling the town with a new kind of energy. She had no idea what the future would bring, but for the first time, she felt something she hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. And that was enough. The light of a new day spilled across Hollow Ridge, its warm rays chasing away the remnants of fog that had clung to the town like a suffocating shroud for as long as anyone could remember. The town's streets were more vibrant now, full of life and color, yet there was an undercurrent of something else in the air, an uncertainty, a cautious optimism. Hollow Ridge had been reborn, but the scars of its past were still etched into the land and the people. The hunger had been sealed, but its mark would remain. Ellie stood at the edge of the town square, her gaze fixed on the newly paved streets. She felt the weight of the decision she had made, the sacrifice that had freed Hollow Ridge. But she also knew that it wasn't enough to simply end the hunger. The true work had just begun. Are you ready? Luca's voice broke through her, thoughts soft but firm. Ellie turned to him, meeting his gaze. She saw the same uncertainty in his eyes, the same cautious hope. They had both carried the burden of Hollow Ridge's past for too long, and now they had to move forward. Together. I don't know if I'll ever be ready, Ellie replied, her voice steady despite the heaviness in her chest. But we don't have a choice. The town needs us. Luca nodded, his eyes scanning the growing crowd that had begun to gather in the square. People were starting to return to the streets, but the knowledge of the curse's truth was inescapable. It was the only way to move forward. But not everyone would accept it so easily. Not everyone would understand what had really happened. Some would resist, some would deny. The town had spent generations living in the shadow of the hunger, and now they had to face the consequences of their ignorance. Let's make sure they understand, Luca said, his voice quiet but resolute. Let's make sure they know what happened and what we have to do to rebuild. Ellie felt a tremor run through her as she looked toward the horizon. It was a daunting task ahead, one that would require strength, resilience, and the courage to face the truth. The hunger had been a part of Hollow Ridge's history, its identity for too long. Now, they had to rebuild from the ashes, face the ugly truths that had been buried beneath the surface for so many years. The town needed to remember. The past couldn't be erased, but it could be forgiven. And from that forgiveness, Hollow Ridge could finally heal. As they made their way toward the center of the square, the murmurs of the crowd grew louder, and Ellie felt a growing tension in her chest. She had told them the hunger was gone, but now she had to show them that it was more than just a curse. They had to understand the cost of what had been done, the sacrifices that had been made, and how they could rebuild a town that had been broken. The town's elders were gathered at the front, their faces lined with age. But now, there was something different in their expressions. They weren't just leaders of Hollow Ridge. They were witnesses. They were survivors. And now, it was time for them to share their story, their knowledge, with the rest of the town. Ellie stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest as she stood at the center of the square facing the crowd. The weight of their eyes on her was overwhelming, but she stood tall, her voice steady as she addressed them. I know many of you are wondering how this happened, Ellie began, her voice carrying across the square. Why the hunger is finally gone, why the land is no longer cursed. And I need you to listen carefully, because this is the truth you've all been living with for generations. The crowd fell silent, waiting. Ellie glanced toward Luca, and he gave her a small nod of encouragement. This was the moment. The moment when they could finally set the town free, not just from the curse, but from the lies that had kept them in the dark. The hunger, she continued, her voice unwavering, wasn't just a curse. It was part of the land. It was a force that fed on grief, on loss, on the very souls of this town. For centuries, we've been paying the price for a pact made long before any of us were born. But it wasn't just the pact that kept the hunger alive. It was our grief, our guilt, and our unwillingness to face the truth. She let the words hang in the air for a moment, watching the faces of the townspeople shift, some in disbelief, others in fear, some even in anger. But there was also a flicker of something else. Understanding. I was the one who broke the cycle, Ellie said, her voice steady despite the heaviness in her chest. But it wasn't just me. It was all of us. We are all bound to this land. To the choices that have been made here and now, we must all face the consequences. But we don't have to let the hunger return. We can rebuild. We can reclaim this town. There was a murmur in the crowd, and Ellie felt her heart race as she waited for their response. The hunger had taken so much from them, so much from her, but she had broken it. And now it was time for Hollow Ridge to choose a new path. One of Bai. The elders, a man whose face was weathered with years of toil, stepped forward. His voice was rough, but there was a certain solemnity to it that commanded respect. We've known the truth, he said, his voice carrying across the square, but we've never dared to speak of it. We've lived in fear, in ignorance, and we've let the hunger shape our lives. We've paid the price, time and time again, but now we must face it. We must face the truth of what we've allowed. The crowd shifted uneasily, but Ellie felt something shift in the air. It was a tentative acceptance, but it was a start, the elder continued, his eyes steady as he looked out at the people. We've lost so much, but we still have a chance to rebuild, to heal, to remember who we truly are. The hunger no longer has a hold on us. We are free. The crowd was quiet for a moment, and then, slowly, they began to speak. The whispers grew louder, but they weren't filled with fear. They were filled with hope. The people of Hollow Ridge were ready to confront their past, ready to heal, ready to move forward. Ellie felt her heart swell as she looked around at the people she had fought so hard to save. They weren't just survivors of a curse. They were survivors of their own history, their own choices. And now, together, they could create something new. The land had been freed. Hollow Ridge had been freed. And Ellie, finally, felt free as well. But she knew that the work wasn't over. The hunger might have been sealed, but the scars would remain. The town would have to rebuild, and so would she. It would take time, it would take understanding, but it would be worth it. She turned to Luca, her gaze steady. "We've done it," she said softly. Luca nodded, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "No, you did it, Ellie." Ellie took a deep breath, and as she looked out at the crowd once more, she felt a quiet, steady peace. The past could no longer define them. Hollow Ridge was free, and they would face the future together. The sun had fully risen, its rays flooding Hollow Ridge with light and warmth. For the first time in years, the town felt alive in a way that wasn't driven by fear, by the curse that had hung over its people like an unshakable shadow. But for Ellie, the weight of what she had done, what they all had done, was still pressing down on her chest. The land was free, but so was she, and that was something that would take time to accept. She stood at the edge of the square, the town now, beginning to wake fully. People milled around, talking to one another, glancing up at the clear blue sky above them. as if seeing it for the first time. The wind was gentle, the air sweet with the scent of earth and new beginnings. But Ellie couldn't quite bring herself to breathe easy. There was still too much that remained unresolved. Luca had disappeared into the crowd, helping some of the elders talk to the townspeople, offering guidance on what the next steps would be. The hunger was gone, yes, but it had been replaced with something else, a need to rebuild, to fix what had been broken, to confront the past without burying it beneath false hopes. The town had to learn the truth. They had to live with it, just as she had to. Ellie walked slowly through the square, her steps unhurried, her mind racing. The hunger may have been sealed beneath the earth, but the scars were still there. They were in the land, in the people, in the memories that had been buried too deep for too long. As she passed by a row of houses, she spotted a familiar face. A young boy, no older than 10, standing near the entrance of his home. His eyes were wide as he stared at her, hesitant, but curious. She recognized him instantly. He was the son of one of the town's longtime residents, a woman who had worked as a caretaker for many of the elderly townsfolk. He had grown up in the shadow of the curse, much like she had, and Ellie couldn't help but wonder what kind of future he would have now that the land was no longer consumed by hunger. The boy stepped forward, a shy smile creeping onto his face. "Ellie." She stopped, turning toward him with a warm smile. "Hey there. How are you?" The boy shifted from one foot to the other, still unsure of himself. But there was something in his gaze that spoke of a quiet curiosity. They're saying the town's free now. It's not cursed anymore." Ellie nodded, bending down to his level so that their eyes were on the same plane. "That's right. The curse is gone. Hollow Ridge is free." He looked at her, his brow furrowing in thought. But what happens now? The question struck Ellie like a jolt of electricity, and for a moment, she wasn't sure how to respond. What did happen now? How did you live in a town that had been so bound to its darkness, where the very air had been thick with the weight of generations of grief? "We rebuild," Ellie said softly, her gaze steady. "We remember, and we make sure it never happens again." The boy nodded slowly, as though processing the enormity of what she had said. Then, his small voice, full of the sincerity only a child could possess, spoke again. "I don't ever want it to come back." Ellie felt a pang in her chest. He was too young to understand the depth of the curse, too innocent to have been touched by the land's hunger. But that was the point, wasn't it? This was what she had fought for. This boy, and all the others like him. A life free of the weight they had carried for so long. "You won't let it," Ellie said firmly, more to herself than to him. "None of us will." The boy's smile widened, and as Ellie straightened, she caught a glimpse of movement in the corner of her eye. Maggie was standing in the doorway of her house, watching her with a quiet intensity. Her face was still pale, but there was no longer any sign of the hunger that had once consumed her. It had taken a lot of time, a lot of care, but Maggie was healing. Slowly but surely. Ellie made her way over to her, her heart lifting at the sight of her friend, her true friend, standing on her own 2 feet, free from the hold of the curse. When Maggie saw her approach, she took a hesitant step forward, her eyes flickering with gratitude. "I don't know how to thank you," Maggie said, her voice still hoarse but stronger than it had been days ago. She smiled faintly, her eyes bright but weighed with understanding. "For not giving up on me, for not letting me go." Ellie shook her head, brushing the hair from her face. "You never had to thank me. You're my best friend, Maggie, and you always will be." Maggie's smile grew, though it was tinged with sadness. "I know. but I've had to come to terms with what I was, with what the land had made me become. And you helped me remember. You helped me fight it. Ellie took a deep breath, the weight of what Maggie had just said sinking in. It wasn't just about breaking the curse. It was about the personal battles, the emotional scars that the hunger had left behind. It was about healing those wounds, even if it meant confronting them head on. Remembering was the hardest part, Ellie said, her voice softer now. But we don't have to carry it anymore, Maggie. We don't have to let it take us. Maggie nodded slowly, her eyes meeting Ellie's with an understanding that only those who had faced darkness together could share. We can live now, really live, without fear. Ellie smiled, her heart lighter than it had been in days. Yes, we can. As they stood there, side by side, in the town that had once been suffocated by fear, Ellie knew that Hollow Ridge had a long road ahead. But it wasn't just the land that needed to heal. The people of Hollow Ridge needed to find their way forward too. And Ellie, for the first time in her life, knew she would be there every step of the way. The hunger was gone, and with it, so were the chains that had bound Hollow Ridge. It was time to rebuild. It was time to make Hollow Ridge a place where the past didn't have to define them. It was time to choose the future. The days following the breaking of the curse were filled with a quiet, almost reverent energy. The streets of Hollow Ridge, once so shrouded in mist and gloom, were now bathed in sunlight. People moved through the town with a new awareness, as if they had all just woken up from a long, terrible dream. The hunger was gone, but its mark, its legacy, still lingered beneath the surface. Ellie knew it would take time for the town to truly heal, for the people to truly understand that the land was free, that they were free. It had been a week since the town had learned the truth. A week since Ellie had spoken to the crowd in the square, and the weight of the town's history had been laid bare for everyone to see. The elders had shared their part of the story, recounting the pact that had bound Hollow Ridge to the land's hunger for generations. The townspeople had listened in stunned silence, their faces pale with the understanding that they had all unknowingly fed the curse that had hung over them for so long. But they had listened, and now they were beginning to rebuild. It wasn't easy. Ellie had spent the past week working alongside Luca, helping the town's elders and the survivors of the curse, trying to figure out what came next. What came after a history so tainted by darkness? How did you move forward when the past had always been so intertwined with the present? The town's streets were still lined with remnants of the old Hollow Ridge, faded buildings, broken windows, abandoned homes. But there was something different now. The fog had lifted, both literally and metaphorically. People were working together, clearing the streets, fixing up the houses. They were still uncertain, still haunted by the shadows of what they had lived through. But they were trying. They were finally facing their future. But Ellie couldn't help but wonder, what about the ones they had lost? The ones the hunger had taken? Was the town truly free? Or had the hunger merely retreated into the corners of their lives, waiting for another chance to strike? It was those questions, those unspoken doubts, that kept Ellie awake at night. Even as the town began to breathe, again she could feel the weight of the past, of the memories they had all buried so deeply. People were healing, but they were doing it in silence. They were afraid to speak of the things they had endured, afraid to confront the emotional scars that would never fade. And then there was Maggie. She had been through so much. Her recovery had been slow, the toll of the hunger's hold still evident in her eyes. But she was better. Slowly, she was coming back to herself, day by day. They had talked in the quiet of Ellie's house the night after the curse had been broken. Maggie had confessed the darkness that had nearly consumed her, and Ellie had listened, had held her. But there was still a distance there, an unspoken pain that both of them carried. They had lost something, both of them, something that could never be reclaimed. But that was the nature of healing, wasn't it? You couldn't go back. You could only move forward. Ellie stood on the steps of her house, gazing out at the town, her thoughts drifting back to that day. The day the hunger had been sealed. The day she had sacrificed herself to break the curse. The choice she had made. The land was free. Hollow Ridge was free. But at what cost? Her mind wandered to Finn, to the ghost of her brother that had lingered in her heart, in her dreams. He had been the reason she had fought so hard to break the cycle. He had been the one who had been taken, the one who had carried the burden of her guilt. But now, as the town healed, Ellie realized something. He had never wanted her to live in that guilt. He had wanted her to move forward, just as she had done with the land. The wind blew softly through the trees, rustling the leaves and carrying with it the scent of the earth. Ellie closed her eyes, letting the breeze wash over her, and for a moment she felt a peace that had eluded her for so long. The hunger was gone. Hollow Ridge was no longer bound by the curse. The people could finally live. But Ellie knew she couldn't forget what had happened. She couldn't forget the sacrifices, the lives lost, the pain that had been passed down through generations. The hunger had fed on that pain, on those who had lived with it for too long. It wasn't just about the land. It was about the people, their grief and their willingness to look away from the truth. But the truth was out now. The hunger was broken. The town was free, and they were all left to find their way forward. Ellie heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Luca walking toward her, his face thoughtful, his expression tired but steady. "Is it everything you hoped it would be?" he asked quietly, standing beside her, his gaze following hers toward the town. Ellie hesitated, unsure of how to answer. The truth was, she didn't know what she had hoped for. She didn't know what freedom was supposed to feel like. But she had to believe it was worth the cost. She had to believe it could be. "No," Ellie replied softly, "but it's something, and that's enough for now." Luca nodded, his eyes scanning the town. "We've broken the cycle, Ellie, but this is just the beginning." Ellie turned to face him, her heart heavy, but her mind clearer than it had been in a long time. "I know, and we'll rebuild. Together." Luca met her gaze, his smile small but genuine. Together. The silence stretched between them, comfortable and steady, as they stood there, looking out at the town that had been their battleground, their home, and now, their future. Hollow Ridge had survived the hunger, and so had they. But it was only the first step. The days blended into one another, the rhythm of Hollow Ridge's rebirth moving in steady, if slow, beats. Ellie had long ago ceased counting the hours spent working alongside the townspeople, guiding them as they began to rebuild. The town was changing, renewed in many ways, but still carrying the scars of its dark past, like cracks in the foundation of a house that was trying to stand upright again. But Ellie felt something else, something that hadn't been there before, a sense of unsettling calm. It was as though the air itself had a faint whisper in it, a pull from deep within the earth. It wasn't the hunger, no. That had been sealed, broken, locked away beneath the very ground that had once fed it. But something was stirring, something that Ellie couldn't yet name. As much as Hollow Ridge had been freed from the land's curse, Ellie had learned in the past weeks that the land's memory was long. And though the hunger had been silenced, the land had not forgotten. She walked the familiar paths of the town, now alive with fresh faces, new energy. They were rebuilding, yes, But there was still something quiet about the town, like a suppressed memory waiting to come alive. The streets were filled with people, young children, the elderly, families, but Ellie could sense the heaviness beneath the smiles. They were trying, but how could they ever truly heal when the shadow of what had been hanging over them had never fully dissipated? Maggie had been quieter these past few days, though she was recovering. It had been a long, slow process of healing, not just physically, but emotionally. The hunger had drained her, taken away parts of her that Ellie could never quite understand. And yet, despite the absence of the land's grip on her, Maggie was still haunted by it. By the time spent being a vessel for something so evil, it wasn't enough to simply say that the hunger was gone. The people of Hollow Ridge still carried its memory in their bones. Ellie paused on the edge of the square, gazing toward the chapel. Now restored, though only partially, its cracked walls barely holding together. The building had been where it had all started, and though the hunger had been broken, Ellie couldn't help but feel drawn to it, as if something in that place still called to her. "You're thinking about it again, aren't you?" Ellie turned to see Luca, who had come up behind her, his eyes shadowed with the same unspoken thoughts. She nodded slowly, not needing to explain. "I can't shake the feeling," she confessed, "that something's still here, in the town, in the land. It's not the hunger, but I can feel it, Luca. There's a memory in the earth, a pull, and I'm not sure what it's trying to tell me." Luca's gaze softened, his hand brushing against hers. "You've done what you could. We've freed the land from the hunger. We've broken the curse. The rest will take time. The town, the people, they'll have to find their way forward just like you." Ellie felt a knot tighten in her stomach. The idea of moving forward still felt foreign, even after all they had been through. The hunger had consumed their lives, their identities for so long that it was hard to imagine Hollow Ridge as anything else, as something more than the town shackled by the land's insatiable thirst. "I thought I'd let go of everything," Ellie murmured, her voice distant. "I thought the sacrifice was enough. But what if there's something I missed? What if I didn't break the cycle completely?" Luca stepped closer, resting his hand on her shoulder, the warmth of his touch grounding her. "You broke it, Ellie. The hunger is gone. The town is free. The rest of us just need to remember that and learn to live with the space you've made. The emptiness left by the curse is still new." Ellie nodded, though the unease remained. The hunger had been more than just an external force. It had been tied to something deeper in Hollow Ridge, something born from the very roots of the land. And now, even with the hunger gone, it felt like the town was still searching for its own identity, for what it was without the curse. Her eyes wandered back to the chapel. She had always felt a pull toward that place, even before she understood what the hunger was, even before she knew how deep the land's ties went. The chapel had always felt like the heart of the town, the source of everything. She wasn't sure why, but she couldn't let it go. It wasn't just the hunger that had started there. It was the pact, the promise, the legacy of generations. "I think I need to go there," Ellie said suddenly, her voice quiet but determined. "I think I need to understand what it was, what it really was, and why it still feels like there's something left, something that's unfinished." Luca's face tightened with concern, his brow furrowing. "Ellie, you've faced it all. You've broken the curse. You don't need to go back to that place." "Not now." "I know," Ellie said, shaking her head. "But it feels like there's something there. Something I need to understand. I have to face it. I can't move forward until I do." Luca stood there for a moment, watching her. He knew that look in her eyes, the one that came from deep within, the one that pushed her to confront the truth, even when it was painful. He had seen it before, when she faced the hunger in herself, and now it was pulling her to the chapel. "All right," he said finally, his voice soft but resolute. "I'll go with you, but you're not doing this alone." Ellie gave him a grateful smile, though the unease was still there, heavy in her chest. "I know." Together, they walked toward the chapel. The streets were quieter now, the sun casting long shadows across the town as they made their way toward the building that had been at the center of it all. The chapel stood there, a silent sentinel in the heart of Hollow Ridge, its stone walls cracked and weathered by time, its windows darkened by the passage of years. But there was something about it that still held Ellie's attention, something she couldn't shake. They reached the door, and Ellie paused, her hand resting on the cold wood. She could feel the pull stronger now. Something was inside, something waiting. Luca looked at her, his gaze questioning. "You're sure about this?" Ellie nodded, swallowing hard. "I have to know. I have to understand what we've left behind." With a deep breath, she pushed open the door. The chapel creaked and groaned as it slowly opened, the heavy air inside thick with dust and age. The silence was palpable, oppressive, as though the building had been holding its breath for years, waiting for someone to break the stillness. Ellie stepped inside, feeling the weight of the place settle around her. She walked slowly, her eyes scanning the familiar yet haunting interior. The altar, the pews, the stained glass windows, all were covered in a thick layer of dust, as if time itself had forgotten this place. And then she saw it. At the base of the altar, hidden in the shadows, was a faint glowing symbol. The same symbol she had seen in the old records. The same symbol that had tied the hunger to the town. Ellie took a deep breath. The truth was here, beneath their feet, beneath the stone, and she was finally ready to face it. The chapel was cold, the air heavy with a stillness that pressed in on Ellie's chest as she stepped forward. The dust-covered pews lined the walls, each one like a forgotten piece of Hollow Ridge's past, preserved in time, as though the building itself had been waiting for her to arrive. The silence inside was thick, broken only by the soft echo of her footsteps on the stone floor. She moved toward the altar, where the symbol she had seen in the records glowed faintly, a soft light pulsing in the shadows. It was the same symbol that had been etched into the stone of the well, the same symbol that had been woven into the land's hunger, the same symbol that had once held Hollow Ridge captive. Luca stood by the door, his gaze fixed on her but his body tense, as though waiting for something to happen. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. He understood that Ellie had to face this alone. This was her final step, the one that would reveal the truth of everything. As Ellie approached the altar, the glow of the symbol grew stronger, almost as if it were pulling her in. She knelt down slowly, her fingers brushing against the cold stone beneath the altar. The light pulsed again, brighter this time, and she could feel the weight of the land's memory in the air, pressing in around her. It was as if the chapel, the land, and the curse itself were all waiting for her to understand. Ellie closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. The hunger had been broken. The town was free. But there was one last question lingering in her heart. One last piece of the puzzle she had to solve. Why had it all begun? What was the true source of the hunger? Her fingers traced the glowing symbol, and in that moment, the world around her shifted. The air seemed to crackle, and she could feel the ground beneath her tremble, as if the chapel itself was coming alive. Images began to flash before her eyes, unbidden and chaotic, yet deeply familiar. She saw the first settlers of Hollow Ridge, Isaac Cross and the others, standing together in this very chapel, their hands raised in a ritual, a pact made with something older than time itself. The hunger had not been a simple curse. It had been a trade, a contract that tied the people of Hollow Ridge to the land in exchange for their survival. The settlers had offered their blood, their lives, and their children as sacrifices to ensure the town's prosperity. But the price was steep, and the hunger was born from the very souls that had been offered. And now, the hunger had been passed down through generations, feeding on grief, on loss, on the sins of the past. It had become a part of the land, and the land had become a part of it. The pact had bound them all to the cycle, to the land's insatiable thirst for sacrifice. But Ellie had broken it. The land had always fed on them. But now, it was free. The truth hit Ellie like a tidal wave, the realization settling over her like a blanket of cold, heavy fog.
The hunger had never just been about the town's survival. It was about control, about maintaining power over something that could never be tamed. The hunger had fed on the deepest parts of their souls, their regrets, their griefs, their guilt.
It had been a reflection of their own inability to let go of the past, and now it was over. Ellie sat back on her heels, her mind racing, her body trembling. The light from the symbol faded slowly, and the chapel returned to its stillness. But the weight that had settled around her, that heavy silence, was gone. She could feel the land beneath her feet, the town that had been freed, the people who were beginning to rebuild. The hunger was gone, and for the first time in centuries, Hollow Ridge was no longer bound to its past. She stood slowly, her legs unsteady beneath her, and turned to Luca. He was standing just inside the door, watching her closely, his expression unreadable, but filled with an understanding that only he could offer. He knew this was her moment, the last step in breaking the cycle. "It's done," Ellie said, her voice shaking but filled with relief. "It's finally over. The hunger is gone." Luca nodded, his face softening. "You freed us, Ellie. Hollow Ridge is free." Ellie turned to the symbol one last time, her gaze lingering on the faint glow that still lingered in the air. The land was free. The cycle was broken. But she knew that this wasn't just about what they had fought against. It was about what they were choosing to create now. "It's not just about breaking the curse," Ellie said, her voice soft but strong. "It's about how we move forward. We can't forget what happened. We have to remember, but we can't let it control us anymore." Luca stepped toward her, his expression filled with pride, but his eyes still heavy with the weight of everything they had been through. "We will. Together, we rebuild, we move forward." Ellie's heart swelled with a quiet peace, the kind she had been searching for throughout the entire journey. The hunger had fed on their grief, their sorrow, their regrets. But they no longer had to live in its shadow. The town was free, the land was free, and she was free. For the first time, Ellie knew she could let go of the past. She could choose the future. And Hollow Ridge could finally begin anew. As she and Luca stepped out of the chapel, the sun shining brightly above them, Ellie took a deep breath. The wind had shifted. The air felt different, lighter, freer. And for the first time, she felt a sense of calm, a sense of possibility. The land was no longer bound to its hunger, and neither was she. Hollow Ridge had been freed, and so had they.